Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Faced a Quirkless Genius? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aldra Junior High, Muzutafu, Japan. Shin glanced at the teacher with short, puffy blonde hair as he droned on to the class in a monotonous tone. This was typical, every school had teachers like that. However, what stood out was the unusual appearance of most students. Rocks for hair, spiky shark teeth, a long head made of wood, and a boy who seemed to glow from the back seat. Back on Earth, such traits would be seen as horrific mutations, but in this world, they were quite ordinary. Yes, this world. It had been 8 years since he transmigrated into this supernatural realm, a world he once thought was purely fictional My Hero Academia. After the previous owner's death, he took over the quirkless body. While he was initially disappointed about not having a quirk, that didn't stop him from pursuing his dream of becoming a hero. Every day, he trained relentlessly, and he had finally reached a point where he could hold his own against Bakugo. Even without a quirk, he never backed down. Now, he was determined to work hard until he met All Might and claimed the position of his successor. Ding. The host has met the requirements. Would the selected candidate like to unseal his wishes now? Shin struggled to believe his eyes. He stretched out his palm to feel the floating screen in front of him, ignoring the curious glances from his classmates. What do you mean, unseal my wishes? He asked mentally. After the host died in his original world, you met my creator. They offered you a second chance at life with 3 wishes of your choice. The deal was that they'd be unsealed after your body had met the necessary requirements to wield them without backlash. He hadn't expected this, but the thought of having a quirk made him smile. All his hard work was finally paying off. Hold off the unseal for now, I'd prefer to do it when I get home. As you wish, host. Well, that's the bell. Class dismissed. As soon as the teacher's words echoed, everyone sprang up to pack their things. Hey, where do you think you're going, Deku? The movement of the students halted. They all turned to witness the unfolding scene. Izuku shivered as Bakugo approached him. I told you yesterday I didn't want to see your face around here. Izuku stepped back, trying to create distance, but suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. He looked ahead and saw what had tripped him, a student's foot stretched out just slightly. Snickers echoed in the background. Shin surveyed the students. Some were trying to stifle their laughter, others looked irritated at Bakugo's attitude, while some appeared indifferent. They all had different reactions but shared one common trait: cowardice. They were all cowards. No matter what reasons they gave for not intervening, nothing would change that. Bakugo raised his palm, loud sparks crackling in the air. Izuku cowered in fear, bracing for impact, but confusion washed over him when the painful sensation never came. Haven't you barked enough for one day, Bakugo? Izuku looked up to see a familiar figure standing protectively in front of him. It was Shin. The 15-year-old had long, straight purple hair, a rarity among kids these days. He stood at a height of 5 feet 10 inches, easily towering over his peers. His handsome features and athletic build drew the eyes of those around him. He seemed almost perfect, except for one glaring flaw: he was quirkless. That fact overshadowed all his other outstanding traits. Izuku felt guilty whenever their gazes met because, secretly, he was relieved. He was glad someone else was struggling like him, that there was someone else out there who understood. But after observing Shin throughout the school year, Izuku realized his initial assumption was wrong. Shin was nothing like him. Despite being quirkless, he never bowed his head in SBMSN. If someone mocked him, his response was always 10 times sharper. He exuded confidence that made people forget he was quirkless in the first place. The most daunting aspect was that even without a quirk, he could still hold his own against Bakugo in a fight. All of this led to Izuku's subconscious dislike for Shin. They both started from the same place, so why were they so different? Bakugo snatched his hand away from Shin's grip. "Teasy, just a bunch of quirkless wastes anyway," he muttered before storming out of the classroom with his lackeys. Shin ignored Bakugo's temper and extended a hand to Izuku. Get up. Thank you, Shin, Izuku replied, offering a small smile that Shin noticed was forced but chose not to comment on. He simply nodded at the greenette before grabbing his bag and leaving the class. Since Izuku didn't want his help, Shin decided not to meddle again. He stepped off the bus and made his way into a small apartment building. Again. Streams of blue lightning zipped through the air once more. The deserted grassy field was marked with scorch marks, evidence of a level of destruction that seemed unnatural to the once vibrant greenery. Fortunately, Shin was in a secluded area of the woods, away from the watchful eyes of heroes on duty. 2 months had passed since he acquired his quirk, and Shin had been training non-stop. He had quickly grown accustomed to Bale's powers in this short time. His rapid progress was thanks to his second wish. With the battle experience of the previous Djinn holder, mastering his new abilities was a breeze. Yet, Shin remained humble and focused, ensuring he mastered his powers thoroughly. The only part he left untouched was the ultimate spell. Using it now would surely attract unwanted attention, especially since public use of quirks was illegal. Huff huff, Shin panted as he transformed back to his normal form. Let's head back. Shin walked toward the apartment complex, feeling tired and eager to collapse onto his thin mattress before his evening training session. He entered through the front door and made his way through the living room. Surprisingly, the whole family was gathered there today. Even his father's mistress was present. Shin raised an eyebrow but chose not to question it. Sign this, his father said, tossing a document at him. Shin caught it and widened his eyes at the words on the first page. Letter of emancipation? They wanted to get rid of him? He had seen this coming, but couldn't they have done it earlier? The UA exams were approaching, and finding a place to stay would take time away from his training. Shin remained silent, and the group interpreted his quietness as reluctance to sign the papers. Don't try to beg. It won't work, Shin, his mother interjected. We've suffered a lot because of your defect, she said coldly, staring at her youngest. Can't you have some pity on us? If it weren't for my love for your father, I would have left a long time ago, his father's mistress chimed in, placing her hand on his father's chest. My staying with him, despite the shame you've brought upon me, is enough to show my love for Tanaka. He watched as his father comforted her with a gentle slide of her hair. Shin couldn't help but think, how did I cope with them for so long? He glanced at his older brother and sister. He noticed a hint of guilt in their expressions, but it was fleeting. To them, his absence outweighed any feelings of regret. With that realization, Shin wasted no time and signed the documents. He handed the signed papers to his father, who stared at him with disdain. Leave and don't think of coming back, his father said. Wasn't planning on it, Shin replied, turning away and exiting the apartment without a backward glance at the shocked expression on his father's face. He returned, reflecting on his last words to his father, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. He stared at his open bedroom window. Well, at least no one is here. If he were caught, he wouldn't know how to escape the embarrassment. He climbed the stairs and smoothly jumped through the window into his room. After scanning the space, he wasn't surprised to find nothing out of place. They probably hadn't bothered to check for anything. After all, even before he had transmigrated into this body, the original Shin had never received anything from his family after being deemed quirkless. Thinking of his predecessor's suffering, Shin's expression hardened. These people had tormented the poor boy daily, treating him as if he were less than human. They had starved him, making him feel unworthy of even the most basic needs. He recalled days when the original had been so thirsty that he drank from muddy puddles on the street. Even the family dog had looked at him with disdain as it chewed on its bone, as if he were unworthy of its attention. Shin caressed his wrist, a sad look in his eyes as he felt the remnants of past pain. 3 years and 5 months ago, on a windy night, the original had taken his life. On that same day, Shin had taken refuge in this body. Despite having a harder start compared to other transmigrators from the stories he had read, Shin felt grateful for a second chance at life. He began clearing out his belongings, his school uniform, other clothing, bags with necessities, and the savings he had worked hard to accumulate over the years. Luckily, his predecessor had been smart. After noticing the change in his family, he had saved as much as possible. When Shin took over, he was not bound by the moral compass that had restrained the former owner of this body. He had no qualms about taking money from their rooms when no one was around. Any cash he found would quickly end up in his hands. Surprisingly, even when they noticed their money going missing, they never questioned him about it. Whether it was because they sensed a change in him after he transmigrated or simply didn't believe he would dare to steal from them, Shin couldn't say. Thanks to this, he now had enough money to cover 4 months' worth of rent in internet cafes. If the manuscript he submitted to the publishing firm was accepted, he would have a stable source of income. Reflecting on all this, Shin felt that being kicked out of the house was a blessing in disguise. Now that he was no longer legally bound to them, could they still benefit from him once he became a hero? Did you hear? Hear what? Shin's parents kicked him out. By the time Monday arrived, the news had spread throughout the school. As for who started it, the look of contempt his younger sister threw his way was enough to confirm his suspicions. Nevertheless, Shin did not let their words affect him. He walked down the hallway with his back straight. If he were an ordinary teenager, this would have surely impacted him, but for someone who had endured worse in his past life, the antics of these kids only seemed amusing. The only thoughts occupying his mind were which Djinn to practice with next. Midoriya heard the news, feeling both guilty and elated. Shin had been kicked out by his parents. Since realizing that Shin was different from him, despite sharing the same defect, he had been secretly trying to compete with him in school rankings, in sports, even in who arrived earlier to class. Unsurprisingly, Shin had won every time, completely unaware of the competition. But now it seemed he had triumphed in one aspect: his family. Despite only having a mother, Midoriya felt that Shin's family couldn't compare to his own. A smug smile formed on his lips as he watched the purple-haired boy. Purple hair! His childhood friend's loud voice broke through. Kaken approached Shin with a proud demeanor, hands in his pockets. Heard they finally got rid of you, huh? He laughed, stepping closer to Shin. Once he stood in front of him, it was clear that Kaken was annoyed by Shin's height, which towered over his own. Even they couldn't stand your presence. Shin remained indifferent. You waste of air! Kaken shouted. Shin didn't flinch. Filthy! The hallway fell silent as everyone stared at the unfolding commotion. Even the teachers had come out to watch what was happening but never made a move to stop it. No one had seen Bakugo like this. Midoriya felt a bit surprised by his attitude today, but it wasn't enough to erase his smile. He felt relieved. For some reason, Shin's presence made him feel uneasy, as if something would be taken from him the longer he was around. Seeing Bakugo finally being put in his place made Midoriya feel that things were going in the right direction. Just when he was about to head back to the classroom, a cold voice rang out. Are you finished yet? Shin's voice echoed through the hall. Unlike what they initially thought, Bakugo's words hadn't affected him at all. In fact, Shin looked and sounded bored. I'll take your silence as a yes, he said, adjusting his school bag on his shoulder and looking Bakugo straight in the eye. What do you gain from this? There was no anger on Shin's face, just pure curiosity, as if he were contemplating a complex math problem. Your show lasted a total of 3 minutes, he pointed at the clock behind them. 3 minutes of talking about how my parents disowned me. Which is true but not important. Shin lifted a single finger. Tell me. One good reason why you wasted my time, Bakugo? Bakugo looked startled. He hadn't expected Shin to respond this way. He glanced around at the crowd of students and teachers, all staring at him, waiting for his response. When he looked back at Shin, he noticed the disappointment in his eyes, which made his blood boil. Who was he to look at him like that? With a sudden explosion, Bakugo unleashed a burst of energy towards Shin's face, startling the onlookers. At this point, the teachers could no longer stand by. Regardless of being quirkless, Shin was still the school's top student. Bakugo! Stop! Their words fell on deaf ears. Shin, unwilling to reason with Bakugo any longer, swiftly grasped his arm and twisted it. Ah! Bakugo cried out in pain as he felt his shoulders shift unnaturally. Shin! The teacher roared, rushing to the scene as he noticed Bakugo unable to fight back. You're suspended! The teacher looked ready for a confrontation, as if he had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time. Shin noticed the eager gaze and simply smiled. If I remember correctly, he attacked me first. That means my actions were in self-defense. But you didn't need to go that hard on him. That was excessive. And him unleashing a large explosion towards my face wasn't excessive? Sensei, stop being biased. Seeing that his words silenced the teacher, Shin continued, you know that if this case was reported to the police, not only would Bakugo be charged for illegal use of his quirk in public, but Shin's voice turned colder, he'd also be charged with attempted harm. The halls fell silent. Midoriya noticed how Shin's words stirred a storm of realization among the students and teachers. They finally understood the severity of the situation, and from the look on Bakugo's face, it seemed he understood too. If this got out, would UA still accept him? Midoriya thought. If this information leaked, Bakugo would be unofficially banned from enrolling in every hero school in Japan. His parents would also face significant backlash because of this. But don't worry, I'm not that harsh, Shin said, noticing Bakugo's back relax slightly. I only have one request. He crouched down and patted Bakugo's head in a way that was far from gentle. Behave. Bakugo was subdued, like a pet. Shin stood up, adjusted his bag once more, and walked away as if nothing had happened. Midoriya felt a whirlwind of complex emotions bubbling up inside him. The image of Shin's back lingered in his mind, a reminder of something he felt he could never reach. Just before he turned to leave, he saw Shin suddenly stop and look at him. He stared for a long moment before finally sighing, Midoriya, you should really learn to control your expressions more. Midoriya froze. A chill ran down his spine, and his legs felt weak. Even after Shin walked away and the other students and teachers scattered, he remained in place, his thoughts racing because he knew he had been seen through. Shin had noticed his smile. After the confrontation with Bakugo and the teachers, Shin felt a noticeable change. Bakugo seemed to avoid him, which Shin welcomed. The teachers also became more cautious around him, clearly understanding that Shin was serious about reporting Bakugo to the authorities. From the teacher's perspective, he was a boy who had endured a tough life and had recently faced a heavy blow from his own family. They felt he was losing patience and might act rashly if provoked. They couldn't afford to lose Bakugo. He was their ticket to fame. They had dreamed of headlines like, the top hero, Bakugo Katsuki, graduated from Aldra Junior High, since they became aware of his flashy and destructive quirk. How could they let such an opportunity slip by? As for Midoriya, Shin found himself unsure of what to think. The green-haired boy seemed different now. If in the past he had been an innocent, stuttering mess, now he appeared more like a poised figure. Shin couldn't pinpoint how the change had occurred, but he was certain that Midoriya didn't like him. It was strange since they hadn't interacted much, aside from a few instances where he had helped him with Bakugo, only to receive a forced smile in return. Shin sensed that Midoriya was not fond of him, yet he couldn't understand why he would smile so brightly at the misfortune that had befallen him. That surprised him. Shin was a bit taken aback but didn't dwell on it too much. He still needed to get his body accustomed to the feeling of using his quirk. To be honest, Midoriya's dislike for him wouldn't affect him in any way, so there was no need to give him more attention than necessary. Let's try this now. Shin sat cross-legged on the grassy plain, marked with scorch marks from his previous training session. He had already mastered Bale's powers to a wide extent and had moved on to controlling Barbatos. Barbatos was a djinn that specialized in strength magic. His power bore a close resemblance to that of a certain hero All Might, but his was stronger. When Shin took on his form, a silver spear accompanied him. With this spear, he could produce shockwaves that could travel great distances. These shockwaves could take the form of any attack. For example, if he used a punch, the shockwaves would resemble a massive air-pressured bullet, similar to All Might smashes. If the spear was used, it would appear as a slash of compressed air sailing toward the target. Each shockwave was capable of altering the terrain and atmospheric surroundings. Shin was thrilled at the prospect of mastering Barbatos' strength magic, as it would give him the advantage he needed. Just imagine if he unleashed a punch akin to All Might's for the whole world to see. Wouldn't he be hailed as the next All Might? It was even better knowing he wouldn't be overshadowed by the #1 hero, given that their quirks were fundamentally different, his being flashier than the blondes. During his training, however, Shin noticed something that made him grin. Let's try it again. He was currently in his normal form, with no transformation in sight, but something strange occurred. Shin concentrated Barbato's strength magic in his fist. Nothing happened for a straight minute, but Shin didn't give up. Soon enough, he felt a buildup in his fist. An explosive power flowed through his nerves. He suddenly remembered Tsunade's training method on how to control her immense strength when teaching Sakura and imitated the same technique. Build up the power and release at a single point. Shin let the stored power in. His fist out, and a huge shockwave erupted. Even a tree far away was uprooted by the overwhelming air pressure. It actually worked? Shin panted slightly. That move took a lot of concentration to pull off, but he was excited. This had opened up more paths for him. If he could use his Djinn's powers even without transforming, he wouldn't be left defenseless in his normal state. This had been an insecurity of his since gaining his quirk. Yes, he was powerful when transformed, but in his normal state, if a villain caught him off guard, he would have to rely solely on his physical strength. Shin knew that top villains were clever. Forget someone like Shigaraki. If he faced someone like Kurogiri, this weakness would be exploited to the extreme. Even people like Midoriya and Bakugo would notice and ensure he never got the chance. Now I have another thing to add to my training schedule. Well, I'm sure the principal and teaching staff wouldn't mind if I didn't come to school as often. In fact, they'd probably be glad. Shin chuckled a bit. He couldn't wait to see the school's fate once he graduated. If anyone thought Shin would spare them, they were dreaming. He wasn't a bad person, but he certainly wasn't an angel. In Shin's opinion, letting such a school close down would be doing the nation a favor. He even felt that if he wasn't rewarded for his actions, he would be wronged. As for Bakugo, he agreed to let him go for one reason. He didn't want him to become a villain. From Bakugo's demeanor, Shin knew the only reason he hadn't accepted the villain's offer to join them during his kidnapping was because he had already been admitted into UA. He wanted to surpass All Might, and he didn't want Midoriya to surpass him. To Bakugo, Midoriya being admitted while he wasn't would be like a pebble being superior to him. It was a strange mindset, but Shin wouldn't judge. Then again, what if Bakugo had never gotten admitted into UA in the first place? What if Shin followed through with his words and got banned from all hero schools in Japan? Then what? Would Bakugo's superiority complex, built up from childhood, really just vanish? No, it wouldn't. Shin had encountered many intense personalities in his previous life. Bakugo shared a common mindset with them. If I can't beat you this way, why not beat you another way? Shin was certain that the blonde would eventually fall into villainy. It wouldn't be for a heartfelt reason like those unfortunate souls shamed by society due to their quirks, but rather because he wanted to make a point. For that simple reason, countless lives could be lost under his explosions, and that was something Shin's conscience could not bear. Chapter End. Kobayashi Internet Cafe, Muzutafu. Shin was enjoying a rare lazy day. Snacks were scattered across the black mattress on the floor as he indulged in them. It's been a while since I treated myself. He sighed in satisfaction as the taste of tomato-flavored potato chips lingered in his mouth. 2 months had passed since he discovered another way to use his quirk. During that time, the sludge villain incident had occurred. Midoriya had recklessly jumped into the scene to save his abuser and unexpectedly gained immense benefits from the event. He became All Might's successor and was slowly beginning his journey of becoming a hero. Yes, #1 was purposely omitted. He chose the right words because with him here, that title was already taken. Shin reached for the Coke beside him. Huh, he exclaimed in delight as he gulped it down. As for why or how Coke existed in this world, he wouldn't question it. He silently gave thanks to the creator for such a delightful drink. As the end credits of the movie he was watching rolled, Shin reached out to select the next one. He sighed, preparing himself to get back to work. Finding a good, non-hero-based movie that made sense in this world was quite challenging. He scrolled through the options available on the computer screen. My hero loves me. The tyrant hero won't leave me alone. All Might Chronicles, Season 17. I'm being seduced by the number one hero? Shin sighed, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. But he held on, repeating number one, like a mantra, trying to keep himself grounded. Honestly, this week off training was much needed. Training tirelessly every day was beginning to take its toll on him. Suddenly, he heard his ringtone and paused his search. Unknown number? He rarely received calls, having only given his number to his old family and class teacher. His first instinct was to think they had dialed the wrong number, but he picked up nonetheless. Hello. Good afternoon, is this Shin? A stern voice rang in his ears. Yes, who am I speaking to? Shin asked cautiously, having never heard this woman's voice before. Glad to be speaking with you, Mr. Shin. My name is Miyuki Sasaki, an editor at Quirk Time Literature Publishing Firm. Shin straightened up at her words. The manuscript you submitted, Tokyo Ghoul, has caught our attention, and we would be pleased to cooperate with you. Although Shin did not show it, he was mentally leaping with joy. His finances were dwindling and he only had enough cash for 2 more months of rent. This news came at the perfect time, but he kept his composure. All right then. How does Quirk Time intend to show its sincerity? He sounded uninterested and aloof. Miyuki bit her lip upon hearing his blunt words. Wasn't he supposed to be excited? He was clearly a newcomer. Miyuki held her temper and responded calmly, Sir, Quirk Time intends to offer you 6% of the royalties. I decline. Even as a beginner, Shin would never accept such a low cut for his work. He knew its worth, and Quirk Time was aware of it too, especially given the heavy themes of the novel. Although he had changed much of the original Tokyo Ghoul, the manuscript he submitted was still a masterpiece, especially in a world that had been lacking in creative content since the age of quirks emerged. Miyuki was confused. Wasn't he just a newbie? Why was he so assertive? Of course, she knew the value of this novel. She was sure it would create a stir in the literary world. If there was one thing the current board of Quirk Time loved, it was controversy. Her boss had even warned her to secure this deal at any cost, adding to her pressure. Miyuki took the initiative to change her approach. She softened her voice, trying to sound more agreeable. Shin-kun, can we come to an agreement on this? Isn't it? Shin was taken aback for a moment. Were women so bold nowadays? No. Miyuki's pride took a hit. Had her charm declined so much since graduating college? Not wanting to push her luck further, she asked straightforwardly, What amount do you want then? 10%. She felt a surge of frustration but kept her calm tone. Sir, how about 8? 11%. Miyuki's complexion paled and she quickly agreed, Yes, 11. It's a pleasure doing business with you, sir. The e-contract will be sent to you shortly. After hanging up, she seemed relieved, as if she had just escaped a villain attack. Shin chuckled to himself. This woman actually thought she could play me? Quirk Time Editorial Department. Miyuki slumped in her seat, feeling exhausted. Her colleague noticed her fatigued state and asked with concern, Miyuki-san, everything okay? What's wrong? Miyuki glanced at her before clicking her tongue. Straight guys are the worst clients. Colleague, ? Miyuki's call was just a brief moment, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Shin was back to his intense training routine. He had already mastered Barbados's strength magic. Although his power in his untransformed state was still not on par with his full transformation, he was making progress. Mastering the untransformed use of his Djinn's magic types was challenging and required a lot of time, as none of the previous Djinn holders had experience in this area. So, Shin focused most of his energy on mastering the full forms of his other Djinns, practicing his untransformed strength magic only at the end of the day. He was currently working on Vanilla. Throughout the process, Shin felt fortunate at how quickly he was mastering his powers and often praised himself for his clever wishmaking. Vanilla, the Djinn he was focusing on, possessed the ability to control water magic. It typically took about 2 months for him to grasp each Djinn's power, and Shin was determined to make the most of his time. Suddenly, he heard faint sounds of footsteps and chatter nearby. Taking the initiative, he deactivated his form and lay low. Aizawa wasn't having the best day. There had been an uptick in villain activity lately, and most of the work fell on him due to his quirk's ability to resolve cases quickly. Both night and morning patrols had increased. He was an underground hero, after all. Yes, he was a teacher at UA, which made his existence less secretive, but the government should still respect his title a little more. He sighed, feeling overwhelmed. As if that weren't enough, 2 students had decided today was the day they couldn't take a hint. Eraser, why are we in the woods? Present Mike asked loudly. I should be asking you that. This is my patrol time, remember? Aizawa replied. Aizawa, don't be so mean. Midnight pouted. Ignoring her, Aizawa continued, there have been several tips to the police about strange activity here. Witnesses said the commotion wasn't too loud, but it still worried them, so I came to check it out. Oh, then should. Suddenly, they all froze at the sound of rustling leaves. Their guards were up as they scanned their surroundings. Come out. Aizawa commanded, already activating his quirk. Ominous red eyes glinted in the direction of the sound. The figure didn't hesitate and quickly revealed himself. It was a boy. Although he was tall, Aizawa estimated his age to be around 15 or 16 based on his features. His long purple hair made Aizawa wonder how he managed it. With a strong, chiseled body and striking amber eyes, he was the type of person who drew attention wherever he went. What was strange was that Aizawa felt a sense of familiarity with the boy, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. The boy appeared on guard, scanning the area as if assessing potential escape routes. When his gaze landed on Aizawa, his defenses seemed to relax a bit, and his eyes widened in surprise. Eraserhead? The boy exclaimed, a glint of recognition in his eyes. The 3 heroes knew exactly what that glint meant. Yes. Aizawa replied. Can you sign my shirt? Oh no, a fanboy. Shin watched as Eraserhead took the marker Present Mike handed him to sign the boy's t-shirt. What's your name, kid? Aizawa asked, though he remained cautious. While Shin admired Aizawa, he didn't idolize him to the extent of a fanboy. He simply acted that way to avoid raising suspicion, as it was already odd for him to be alone in the woods on a Wednesday morning when most students were at school. Shin, he replied. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Last name? Shin pretended to think for a moment before looking away awkwardly. I don't have one, sir. Aizawa fell silent, signing his name while noticing the man relax slightly. Midnight and Present Mix expressions softened at the realization that the boy likely didn't have a last name, assuming he was an orphan. Here, Aizawa handed over the signed shirt, and Shin bowed slightly. Thank you, he said. Aizawa waved dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. Shin then turned his attention to the duo standing behind Aizawa. When he smiled at them, they assumed he was just a fan wanting their autographs. Midnight even reached out for the marker from Aizawa with a playful smirk. Are they your sidekicks, Eraserhead? Shin asked innocently. Shin swore he could hear their hearts break at that moment. Sidekick. Present Mix's voice was unusually low. Midnight was silent, but the twitching of her lips made it clear how she felt. Aizawa chuckled softly. They're also pro-heroes. Oh, sorry, Shin said, realizing his mistake. You really don't know us? Midnight asked, sounding unconvinced, which was understandable. They might not be in the top 10 hero rankings, but they were still in the top 30, a significant achievement, especially as UA teachers. Of course, Shin knew about them from the anime, but the original Shin had no idea who they were. The only heroes he was aware of were Eraserhead and All Might. Even Endeavor was a stranger to him. Shin shook his head. Sorry, I only know All Might and Eraserhead. Aizawa was puzzled. How do you even know me, kid? He was an underground hero, after all, and his existence wasn't widely discussed in the media. Shin's eyes sparkled as he looked at Aizawa, as if he were the only pro-hero that mattered to him. You saved me. You saved me. Although Shin felt a bit embarrassed by his dramatic expression, he maintained his composure. He wasn't lying about Eraserhead saving him, it was just that the him he referred to wasn't exactly him. It was the original owner of his body. Seeing the confusion on Eraserhead's face, Shin continued, 9 years ago, under the bridge, you gave me food and paid for my treatment at the hospital. That was a year before the original had taken his own life and 2 years after being declared quirkless. The abuse from his family had reached its peak at that time, but that night was particularly awful. His father had just lost his job after his affair was discovered and came home in a drunken rage, taking out his frustrations on the youngest child. After a harsh beating, he was banished from the house for a week, left to fend for himself on the streets with a broken leg and dislocated jaw. Just as he was on the brink of starvation and suffering from other injuries, the weary figure of the pro-hero appeared before him. The boy had lost all hope of being rescued, having been overlooked by every flashy hero he had seen. He couldn't bring himself to believe that this man, looking as if he wanted nothing more than to curl up in bed, would help him. To his surprise, the weary hero embraced him and shared the remnants of his burger before taking him to the hospital for proper care. When he woke up in the hospital, his first instinct was to escape, fearing he wouldn't be able to pay for his treatment. But to his astonishment, the nurse informed him that the hero who brought him there had already covered the costs. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him, especially since he didn't even know the man's name. After being discharged and allowed back home, he took a significant risk to search for his hero's details in his older brother's room. It took a while, but eventually he found a name, Eraserhead. Aizawa looked at the boy in astonishment. He remembered him. Though he had been much smaller and dirtier at the time, those amber eyes and long purple hair were unmistakable. While the boy's condition had been dire, Aizawa had seen much worse throughout his career. The only reason he recalled the boy was that he had just come from a horrific incident that night, a warehouse filled with the remains of quirkless children. Although he had successfully apprehended the villains responsible, it was too late for those lives. As he took a stroll to clear his mind, he heard soft whimpers from under the bridge. He decided to investigate, not expecting to find a malnourished child lying beside bags of trash. Without a second thought, he scooped the boy up and rushed him to the hospital. Staring at the unconscious child in the hospital bed, Aizawa sighed in relief. The doctor assured him that the boy's vitals were stable and that he would recover without any issues. Aizawa felt grateful that he had arrived in time. The earlier incident had left him with insecurities and self-doubt, but seeing Shin alive was a silent affirmation that he could still save others. "How have you been?" Aizawa asked, concern evident in his voice. "It's been good," Shin replied, forcing a straight face. In truth, it hadn't been good at all. His original self had ended his suffering early. "I'm glad," Aizawa said, unaware of the turmoil within the boy. Midnight and Present Mike observed the interaction with soft expressions. "Guess the homeless man still has a gentle side, huh?" Narumi thought. Aizawa cleared his throat, refocusing on the reason for his visit. "So, care to tell me what you're doing in the woods?" His eyes glowed with curiosity as he questioned the boy. "Training," Shin replied, unfazed by Aizawa's intense gaze. Aizawa surveyed the boy's training ground. It looked more like a scene from a disaster than a training area. The once vibrant greenery was marred by scorch marks, and uprooted trees lay scattered around. Deep puddles filled the ground, which puzzled the heroes since it hadn't rained recently. What kind of quirk does he have to cause this much damage? Aizawa wondered to himself. "What are you training for, little listener?" Mike asked. "The UA entrance exam is coming up." They weren't surprised to hear this. Most kids dreamed of getting into UA. However, that didn't stop Narumi and Hizashi from wearing smug grins. Aizawa thought, "These guys." "Getting into you won't be easy," Narumi said, her whip in hand, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "But work hard and I'm sure you can do it." Hizashi added, trying to adopt a serious mentor's demeanor. Aizawa thought, "They're my friends, but..." "So, go beyond plus ultra." Aizawa sighed internally, "They're idiots." A month had passed since his encounter with Eraserhead and his friends. That day could easily be considered one of his most embarrassing moments. He did not enjoy being two-faced, but his actions were not without reason. Gaining Aizawa's favor would also mean leaving a positive impression on the teachers. These pro-heroes had valuable connections that would help smooth his path to becoming number one. Unlike Midoriya, who had the support of All Might, and Bakugo, who could get away with much due to his own advantages. He was an anomaly, to put it bluntly. Shin was aware of this. His entry into Class 1A would signal a significant shift in the world's destined timeline, as one of the students would have to be moved to Class 1B. He did not have the same protection as the other characters in this world, which is why he had to be strategic. He would seize any advantage he saw and not let any opportunity slip by. At present, the image of a hardworking boy with a dark past striving to achieve his dreams had been firmly established in the minds of the three heroes. Even the smallest of things can lead to great rewards. This was a lesson Shin had learned well from his past life. Good morning, Japan. I'm your host, Mina Hashigaki. Shin glanced at the large billboard on display and was surprised by its content. Tokyo Ghoul by the mysterious author, Shin, has taken Japan by storm. It has sold over 3 million copies in the first month, and the sales rate shows no signs of slowing down. Well, the plot is quite intriguing. It's the first time someone has boldly written about a main character with a villainous quirk. Shin smiled wryly at the news broadcast. Yes, he had done it. He had recreated a book from his past world here. Was it shameless of him? Did he care much? In a sense, it couldn't be called plagiarism. He had only borrowed the mood and characters, significantly altering the plot to fit this world style. Kaneki had been transformed into a late bloomer who eventually possessed a ghoul quirk. His best friend Hyde now had a light manipulation quirk that made hero. Schools eager to enroll him, seeing him as a potential top hero. All ghouls from the original anime had been reimagined as individuals shunned by society due to their villainous quirks. Shin had altered the story so much that it could barely be linked to the original manga anymore. Surprisingly, he found himself preferring his version, as it demonstrated that while villainous quirks might not be flashy, they could be powerful and useful if not restricted. Kaneki became a hero despite the world telling him he couldn't. He broke through societal norms and gradually changed how the world perceived villainous quirks. I honestly never thought such quirks could be good. Reading Tokyo Ghoul was truly an eye-opener. I guess my mindset was always fixed. Did you see the campaigns going around? The #WeAreNotVillains and #Quirkless movements happening in Japan? Yeah, he sighed, but a relieved expression crossed his face. I'm glad things are finally taking a turn for the better. And it's all thanks to that author, Shin. Whoever you are, regardless of your quirk, you have my thanks. The two hosts bowed. After the broadcast, Shin was lost in thought for a while. I didn't think the book would have such an impact. At first, he was confused about why it had caused such a sensation so quickly, but after careful reflection, he realized the significance of his actions. Emiya was a world controlled by the plot. No one had dared to address such issues before. Until the hero killer, Stain, made his debut. Many things did not make sense, and even after living in this world for a while, Shin remained perplexed. For instance, how the technology level here was still on par with his previous powerless world. And how All Might's quirk was said to be the most powerful. This statement still baffled him. In a world filled with untapped potential, was All Might's supercharged ability truly the strongest? Either the plot had eliminated everyone who could rival Toshinori, or this world's power level was severely limited. Shin sighed as he liked his ice cream while settling into a more comfortable position on the street bench. He pulled out his phone and began reading netizens' comments on his book. Kaneki is so pitiful. Tisuke, why do people treat our fellow humans like this? Mom asked me why I'm kneeling in front of my hard copy. Carrot's sister upstairs, go kneel somewhere else. We're having a serious discussion. God, I cried when Hyde died. Right? It's not fair. Happy face, Carrot brother, you're so mean. This book just tore the masks off those hypocrites. Yeah, because no one was saying anything before. People with flashy quirks could get away with anything. My mother was moved from her position at work just because a new intern with a hero-like quirk showed up. She's been working there for 5 years. If his quirk was so hero-like, why didn't he become one? My school bully goes around acting like a tyrant, and the teachers never speak up because he has hero potential. I have a confession. There was a quirkless kid in my school. I saw how he got bullied until he finally couldn't take it anymore. I know I was wrong for not speaking up. I could have done something at least, but I didn't. I'm sorry, Arima Sato. I'm sorry, Riko Inoue. I'm sorry, Mei Kimura. I'm sorry, Haruto Hinode. Shin watched the stream of apologies with mixed feelings. On one hand, he was proud of them for acknowledging their mistakes. On the other hand, he was saddened that it took this long for change to occur. Looking at the long list of victims, Shin's heart could not remain indifferent. He kept scrolling when he suddenly stopped on one comment. Shin paused, sighed, and thought, there will always be negativity in the world. Has the world gone bad? Why are you all supporting the defects? We are superior. Why are you trying to make it seem like I'm equal to waste? Shin was aware that there would always be muddy water, no matter the world he inhabited. This realization only strengthened his resolve to become the next symbol. His book had unknowingly set a solid foundation for him. As Tokyo Ghoul gained popularity, his fanbase would grow, and these fans would likely become his devoted supporters once he revealed his identity as the author. Shin opened his text message and read the notification. 330,000 yen has been transferred to you from XXXXXX. Time to find a new place, he said with a genuine smile. After today, he would be saying goodbye to the life of an internet cafe squatter. Shin stared at his reflection for a long time. He smiled, frowned, scowled, and smirked. After a moment of silence, he clicked his tongue. Such beauty shouldn't be legal. His long, dark purple hair gave him the appearance of a noble young master from a manhwa. His enchanting obsidian eyes and handsome face, which was slowly losing its baby fat, revealed almost complete sharp facial features. A straight nose, a defined jaw, and thin lips with a hint of red. At a current height of 5 feet 11 inches and a well-proportioned figure, Shin exuded charm. Although he wasn't a fan of the attention he received after moving to a new community, Shin would never complain. Yes, being handsome had its troubles, but being unattractive was just disheartening. Plus, his appearance would serve as a good marketing factor in attracting fans. People were vain, sad, but true. It was simply the way things worked, and while Shin couldn't change that, he could definitely benefit from it. He walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist, heading back into his bedroom. The room was predominantly black, and truthfully, so was the entire flat. Yet, it had its own charm, exuding an elegant aura. Since the news broadcast, Tokyo Ghoul had seen a surge in book sales, and Shin was currently raking in millions from it. He no longer needed to worry about saving money, so he purchased a high-end flat after bidding farewell to his internet cafe life. Although there were hurdles along the way, Shin had to admit that signing those emancipation papers from his biological family was the best decision he had ever made in 2 lifetimes. He opened his closet and reached for the black uniform, his Aldra school uniform. 7 months had passed since the debut of his book, and he had successfully mastered 4 Djinn forms during that time, leaving only 1 left. It was finally time. Today was the day Shin had been training hard for. It was his first step toward accomplishing his dream, the UA entrance exam. Midoriya was trembling with excitement, on the verge of losing control of his nerves. But just look up and see the building in front of him. It was UA. He was actually standing on the grounds of the world's top hero school. This was where All Might had attended. All Might. His life had taken a complete turn after meeting the man. He went from being a quirkless nobody to the successor of the strongest quirk in the world. He had been chosen by his idol to become the next #1 hero. Although the man had initially crushed his dreams when they first met, Izuku held no grudge because he knew All Might was right. How could he become a hero without a quirk to defend himself? Yes, there was technology that could aid him, but that could only do so much. Against those powerful and destructive quirks, he would be in serious danger. But now, things were different. He had spent 10 months following All Might's American Dream training schedule and had finally obtained one for all. While the means by which he received the quirk were not the most flattering, Izuku was grateful nonetheless. Today, he was going to prove that his hard work had paid off, that All Might had not made a mistake in choosing him. Suddenly, Midoriya's steps halted as the image of a purple-haired boy came to mind. Izuku's eyes reflected pity, but secretly he felt relieved. The teacher said Shin was also trying out for UA. How could he pass the entrance exam without a quirk? He felt that Shin needed a reality check. The boy was far too arrogant just because he had won against Kaken that one time. Izuku sighed. Although he didn't particularly like Shin, he still didn't want him to get hurt during the practical tests. Maybe I should warn him? He needs to wake up and take his life seriously. General studies is where he should try out. I'm sure if he spoke with the administration, he could still take the exam. Out of my way, Deku. Midoriya recognized the familiar voice. Kaken. Don't stand in front of me. I'll kill you. A chill ran down Izuku's spine at his words, and he quickly jumped out of the way. Morning. Let's both do our best. Kaken didn't even spare him a glance as he walked away. Izuku watched his childhood friend's back grow smaller in the distance. Hey, isn't that Bakugo? The one from the sludge villain attack? A boy whispered to his friend. Oh, he's the real thing. Wow. Midoriya noticed Kaken's palm flinch in his pocket, a habit he had whenever he felt uncomfortable. He must not like people bringing up the sludge incident. After all, Kaken never liked being seen in a weak position. Izuku recalled a memory from their childhood when Kaken fell into the river. He had only wanted to help, but the blonde had mistaken it for pity. Izuku sighed, feeling a bit down from the memory, but quickly pulled himself together. That was before. I'm different now. Hero Course Exam Orientation Center. Shin had just finished the written portion of the exam and was calmly waiting for the other students to complete their tests in the orientation center. As a top student, he found the test easy, but he pushed himself to excel further. The thought of losing to someone younger than him, even after being reborn, motivated him intensely. He could confidently say that if he didn't score a perfect 100 on the exam, it would be a sign that Nizu's intelligence was declining. 30 minutes passed quickly, and the auditorium filled up. He sat beside Midoriya, with Bakugo next to the greenette. Shin noticed freckles glancing at him from the corner of his eye, as if he was hesitating to speak. Shin chose to ignore it. He didn't want to engage after learning about Midoriya's true feelings toward him. Shin. The lights on the stage turned on, interrupting Midoriya. Shin silently thanked the technical crew for the timing. Welcome to my show today, all you examinee listeners. Present Mike announced. Everybody say hey. Silence filled the room. What a refined response. He shrugged off the lack of enthusiasm as if it were nothing new. Now, let me quickly present the rundown of the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah, he replied to himself, seemingly lacking faith in the students. Midoriya began to mutter excitedly upon seeing the hero but was quickly silenced by Bakugo. Shin listened intently as Present Mike explained the battle centers. You can bring whatever you want. After the presentation, you'll head to your specified battle centers, okay? In other words, they won't let you work with your friends, huh? Bakugo pointed out, glancing at Shin and Midoriya's cards. Shin noted that he was assigned to Battleground C, while Bakugo and Midoriya were in Grounds A and B, respectively. Present Mike continued with the point system. Your goal is to earn points by immobilizing the faux villains, but attacking other examinees is prohibited. So, immobilize, not necessarily destroy then? Shin noted the key word. He quickly deduced that there must be a switch on the robots, likely giving mental quirk users a chance to rack up points. Pretty smart, too bad most of the students' intelligence was disappointing. His thoughts drifted to the purple-haired boy who looked like he hadn't slept in days. Shinso. From what he saw in the anime, Shin didn't have a good impression of him. Hypocritical. Jealous. Self-centered. Those were the words Shin used to sum up the boy. If he was aware that his quirk wasn't suited for close combat, why not train his body? Shin remembered how skinny and weak the boy looked during the sports festival arc and frowned. He hated when people made excuses for their lack of effort. Excuse me. Shin watched absent-mindedly as Ida began questioning Present Mix's professionalism, before finally calling out Midoriya for his muttering. After a few laughs from the students, Hizashi quickly redirected their attention to the topic at hand. He explained that the fourth type of villain was worth 0 points and should be avoided, as it was merely an obstacle in every battleground. That's all for me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes." Go beyond. Plus ultra. Shin noticed the excited expressions on the examinees' faces and couldn't help but smile a bit. Now everyone, good luck suffering. Shin sighed at the blonde's antics and started heading out of the auditorium like everyone else. Once outside, he moved toward bus C. Shin. His expression dimmed slightly when he recognized who called out to him. It was Midoriya. Not wanting to waste any more time than necessary, Shin asked what was the matter. He expected an apology for his earlier attitude, but what he got was unexpected. You can't take the exams. His eyes widened, as did Bakugo's and a few other students nearby. Oh, and why can't I? Midoriya looked at him with a strange gaze. Shin, you know you're quirkless. How can you take the exam? Shin recognized the pity in his eyes. He was actually being pitied by someone like him? How long do you want to keep acting like this? You can't be a hero. Shin, people like you should focus on general studies. How would your parents feel if you keep messing around like this? Shin watched as Midoriya continued to speak. He's quirkless? Ah, such a pity for someone so good-looking. That Esikes, but did he really need to point it out so publicly? More and more people stopped to watch as Midoriya didn't hold back his words. In fact, Shin could tell he was enjoying the attention, likely unaware of it himself. The way his eyes sparkled as more people gathered around, the way his lips curled into a smile as he continued to advise him. On the side, Bakugo was also shocked. Although he disliked Midoriya, he had known him long enough to sense his mood. Bakugo could feel the satisfaction radiating off the greenette as he publicly scolded Shin. What's your motive, Midoriya? Shin's cold voice snapped Midoriya back to reality. What do you mean? I mean, why are you doing this? I was only trying to help you. It's funny how you don't even notice the smile on your face whenever something bad happens to me. Izuku shivered as he met Shin's gaze. It felt like his entire existence was being scrutinized. Bzzz zap. Midoriya's eyes widened as he watched blue lightning dance around Shin's palm. He couldn't believe it. How? 12 months ago, my quirk awakened, Shin said, withdrawing the lightning. Turns out I wasn't quirkless. Just a late bloomer. Midoriya watched as Shin approached him, stopping just in front of him. He felt small not in terms of height, but in a way that made him feel insignificant compared to the person standing before him. It's obvious you don't like me. And honestly, I don't mind that. You're free to have your own opinions. Just make sure you're thinking clearly when you resort to these petty tricks. Because next time you try something like this, I won't be as forgiving as I am now, Midoriya. With that, Shin walked away, leaving Midoriya standing there, frozen in place. It felt like a repeat of their last confrontation many months ago. Once again, he felt defeated. 12 months ago, my quirk awakened. Turns out I wasn't quirkless. Just a late bloomer. In the dark control room, the core teaching staff of UA sat, their attention focused on the unfolding drama. Nizu had sensed the tension between the green-haired boy and his purple-haired counterpart. Anticipating a significant moment, he projected the scene onto the big screen for everyone to witness, particularly for All Might. It's obvious you dislike me, the purple-haired boy said calmly. And honestly, I don't mind that. You're free to like or dislike whoever you want. The staff watched as Shin spoke to Midoriya, resembling a father trying to reason with a headstrong son. All Might felt a wave of shame wash over him. Why was Midoriya acting this way? He had spent 10 months with the boy and knew he wasn't bad at heart. Yet, there was no denying that his behavior today was troubling. He would need to address this after the exam. Aizawa remained silent, but Midnight and Nizu noticed how tightly his fists were clenched, a sign of his distress. He recalled the bright smile on Midoriya's face when he had said he was doing fine after being dropped off at the hospital that night. Was this really fine? From Midoriya's nonchalant attitude, it was clear he had become accustomed to such situations. And he had just mentioned that his quirk only awakened 12 months ago. Aizawa's mind drifted back to the abandoned warehouse where quirkless individuals had suffered. He was painfully aware of how society treated those without quirks. While awareness had grown since the release of the novel, Tokyo Ghoul, many quirkless people still faced hardship. Looking at Shin's overly mature eyes on the screen, Aizawa felt a deep sense of concern. At Battle Center C, Shin stood before the giant exam gate, unaware that he was being observed by the UA staff. He and the other participants had changed out of their school uniforms and into their sports attire. Shin wore a simple black tank top and sweatpants, his gaze fixed on the gate with determination. His goal was not merely to pass but to break records. All Might's score of 110 was within his sights. As the gates opened wide, Shin charged up Barbado's strength magic into his legs and took off in a flash, leaving the other contestants momentarily stunned by the force of his launch. Why did that guy go in? They didn't say start yet. Even if he looks good, his IQ seems a bit lacking. Hey, isn't this cheating? Present Mike observed the confused students below and shook his head. Okay, start, he shouted, capturing their attention. There are no countdowns in real fights. Run. The die has been cast. The kids exchanged disbelieving glances before rushing into the battle city. Dimn, we're falling behind. That person knew this. Why didn't he say anything? Shin wasn't aware of their scolding, and even if he was, he wouldn't care. First, they reprimanded him for being foolish, but after facing the harsh truth, they turned around and scolded him for not warning them. Shin wasn't ready to be a father. They weren't his responsibility. His only responsibility right now was to eliminate all the machines before him. The hunk of metal locked its eyes on him and charged forward. Shin didn't give it a moment to prepare its attack. He infused his fists with strength magic and delivered a powerful punch to its head. In an instant, only scraps of metal remained. More and more mechanical villains continued to rush at him. Smash. Shin wasted no time as he dispatched them with single strikes. Ah! A scream made Shin pause. To his left, a group of examinees was struggling to team up against a three-pointer mecha but were clearly failing. Their poor teamwork and weak quirks were simply not enough to take it down. Shin sighed. This was the harsh reality for most examinees taking the hero exam. Although the majority of the population possessed supernatural abilities, most of them lacked power and growth potential. This is why society could still maintain some semblance of law and order. However, there was another reason why those with good potential often failed: arrogance. The kid in front of him was a clear example. While his companions had weak quirks, Shin could see that his water pistol quirk had significant potential for hero work, even more than some of the original members of Class 1A. Yet, why was he on the same level as the two behind him? There were others like Bakugo, who had been praised for simply existing after awakening a flashy quirk. The difference was that, despite the praise going to his head, Bakugo never stopped training his abilities. Quirks grow with you. If you neglect them, they'll stagnate alongside you. Just as the mecha was about to attack the examinees, streaks of blue lightning surrounded it, holding it firmly in place. Who? The water pistol boy exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of lightning. Shin didn't respond. His focus was on the mecha. He approached it and examined it closely. Sure enough, he soon found a red button on the back of the machine. He pressed it, and the hunk of metal powered down. As expected, Niza wouldn't leave those with less physical quirks helpless. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just take our points, one of the examinees shouted. Shin finally acknowledged the group. The water pistol quirk boy seemed to regain his composure and straightened up, looking at Shin with newfound determination. You seem capable enough. I'll let you join my team as compensation for your earlier interference. Shin was slightly amused. Join his team? Why would he accept extra burdens? He glanced at the two boys with weak quirks standing behind the water pistol user and felt a twinge of sympathy for them. TSK, these guys don't even realize they're being used as bait to gather points for him. They were following a scoundrel. Despite this, Shin chose not to point it out. He wasn't a saint, but he also wasn't the type to expose others' flaws. You two willingly became his followers, yet your leader doesn't even acknowledge you. How sad is that? It must have been tough, huh? He said. The two lackeys didn't understand why he said this, but when they looked into his amber eyes filled with sympathy, they suddenly felt seen. They bowed their heads, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shin sighed again before moving on to gather more points. As he exited the alleyway, he quietly lamented the life of a devoted follower. Even if you strive to please, some leaders may still forget you. Truly pitiful. Chapter End. UA Control Room. In this practical exam, the examinees have not been informed of the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area and must draw out the villains. Nizu grinned as he watched the promising students displaying their quirks on the screen. Information gathering, mobility, calm composure in the midst of battle, and pure combat ability. Nizu's eyes shone brighter with excitement. These abilities needed to maintain peace on the streets have been turned into points for this test. Midnight smirked. Don't this year's rookies look promising, Aizawa? The man in question did not respond, his gaze fixed on one screen for the majority of the exam. It was Shin's screen. Seeing that she was ignored, Midnight pouted. Aizawa, you're too cold. Nizu had long sensed Eraser's unease since the beginning of the exam. You seem to be interested in that boy, Eraserhead? This caught the attention of the other teachers. A student had managed to catch the eye of this usually stoic man? The purple-haired boy from earlier? Cementos inquired. Aizawa did not hide his interest. Yes. Seeing him so attentive to the lad, the teaching staff began to focus on the boy. However, his score was very different from what they expected. 12 points. They couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed by the low score displayed. I remember the kid said that his quirk only awakened 12 months ago, correct? Ah, that seems to be true. Well, for him to achieve this much is already impressive. Yes. They said this partly for Aizawa's sake and partly because they felt regret for the kid. Just 12 months of training, and he had already reached this level. This showed that his quirk had monstrous potential. But they sighed. If only his quirk had awakened earlier, he could have scored at least double. Sadly, the rules were set. They couldn't make exceptions just for him. However, if he could get into general studies and work his way into the hero course, then maybe. Wait, is this kid insane? On the projection screen, it showed Shin walking out of an alley, met with the sight of debris littering the streets. He observed the situation for a whole minute with a calm gaze and did something no examinee had ever dared to do before. He sat down. Yes, on the UA entrance exam, Shin crossed his legs and sat leisurely on a bench. He even took it a step further and closed his eyes. This scene would have looked quite peaceful if the setting hadn't been so chaotic. If one did not know better, they might think Shin had come out for a stroll. Kirishima was at his breaking point. Keeping his body in a hardened state for so long was truly taxing. HAA. With another punch to the villain's metal head, Kirishima had garnered a total of 35 points so far. I seem to be doing better than I expected. He looked around and saw the crowd of examinees struggling against one-pointers. At that moment, Kirishima realized his quirk was stronger than he thought. Well, at least it was stronger than most of the other examinees here. He wasn't exactly the most confident kid, but maybe he wasn't as bad as he used to think? Kirishima pushed himself further to gain more points. As he ran down the street, he saw a sight he never thought possible. Someone was sleeping during the exam? He wasn't sure if the stress was getting to him or if he was hallucinating, but regardless, he decided to call out to the purple-haired guy. Hey, you okay? His words caught in his throat when he saw the boy open his eyes and walk toward the center of the street. Kirishima didn't know why, but something about those golden eyes made him stand up straight. Regardless of the strange looks he received from the other examinees, Shin remained unbothered. I suppose I've given the others enough time, right? In the next moment, a dense blue aura erupted from Shin's body. What shocked Kirishima was that even from a distance, he could feel the sheer power radiating off the boy. Spirit of wrath and heroes, dwell in me. Turn me into a great warrior. Blue lightning danced around him. His hair transformed into a vibrant blue color. Blue scales appeared on his body like protective armor. He grew claws, golden horns, and a long sturdy tail, giving him a dragon-like appearance. Without wasting time, Shin took off into the air. Staring at the massive battle city, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him. Nizu, you've really outdone yourself. To say that the teachers were shocked would be an understatement. One minute they were preparing to scold this young man, and the next he was transforming into a dragon-like warrior. Even All Might, who had been focused on young Midoriya, couldn't help but look at Shin in this moment. Transformation quirk? He had never seen a transformation quirk that came equipped with a full makeover and weapons to boot. Well, it certainly is flashy, Vlad commented. The other teachers nodded in agreement. While they'd like to promote the idea that quirks don't matter, reality was quite brutal. The flashier, the better. Whatever made you stand out was a top priority nowadays. With Shin's quirk, if there were no accidents, they were sure he could secure a spot in the top 50 based on appearance alone. Just as they were commenting on his transformation, Shin's next move shocked them all. Silence. Absolute silence filled the control room. Even Nizu, who would usually start laughing, was quiet at this moment. What just happened? Did one boy actually take down all those mechas in one shot? Nizu looked at the scoreboard with a serious gaze. 120 points. His words snapped all the staff back out of their trance. 120? Vlad asked. Correct. Wasn't this a bit too powerful? And in only 12 months? Nizu couldn't help but feel a bit on guard by the amount of power displayed. With his high intellect, he was able to see things more clearly than others. Shin had just launched an all-out attack of over 100 lightning beams with precise control. The most shocking part wasn't how powerful the move was, but how easily he pulled it off. This boy was clearly not drained at all. Nizu sighed. It looked like in addition to Bakugo Katsuki, he would also have to watch this candidate closely. It wasn't that Nizu thought Shin was a ticking time bomb or anything like that. In fact, it was the Bakugo kid who seemed more like a future threat. From the brief observations he had made of Shin, he was sure the boy meant no harm. It's just that human beings are complex creatures. You can never tell when someone might go astray. Just like Endeavor. The once bright kid who used to walk down the halls of UA was now a power-hungry individual who only cared about the #1 title. Thinking of his old student, Nizu couldn't help but feel regretful. If he had been more observant, would things have been different? On the side, All Might was also shocked to the core by the power Shin displayed. He looked at his successor, who was still in a state of panic, and did not know what to say for a while. Midoriya boy, you've got big competition. Boom. What's going on? A mini earthquake shook the entire battle city. Examinees stared at the giant mecha that loomed over them. Its height had surpassed all the large buildings in the city. With a flick of its giant metallic hand, a building was dismantled. Run! Scattered building parts fell from the sky like a meteor shower, causing the examinees to go into a frenzy. Is this the 0-pointer? Isn't this a bit much? We're going to die. You is crazy. In an instant, the mass of students ran as far as they could from the 0-pointer. In the crowd, a male examinee who was being carried on the back of another examinee was suddenly dropped to the ground. There was a look of disbelief on the boy's face as he stared at the person who dropped him. I'm sorry, he turned back and ran away from the approaching 0-pointer. They say people reveal their true colors in times of crisis. Wait. Please. The boy tried to move his injured leg, but it was hopeless. He called out for help, but he received no response from the passing students. It was at that moment that all the pretense around him suddenly collapsed. He crawled desperately, his arms already numb from supporting his exhausted body through the crowd. At times, he would wince in pain when someone stepped on his calf. Am I going to die? He watched the 0-pointer's giant hand approach him at a rapid pace. He looked at the giant mecha that seemed to be sentencing him to an early fate with an unwilling gaze. He only wanted to take a hero exam, but he was going to meet his end earlier than expected. Flashbacks of his single-parent mother begging him not to pursue hero work replayed in his mind. Why was he so persistent? It wasn't like he truly cared about saving strangers in the first place. He just wanted his crush to notice him. The 0-pointer's fist was just inches away from his face now. Mom, I'm sorry. Bang. No pain? Opening his eyes, the first thing he noticed was a vibrant red head with shark-like teeth shielding him. You okay? The redhead asked him. Probably because of the shock, all the boy could do was nod blankly. Evacuate the injured and get to a safe distance. I'll take care of things here, a deep voice commanded. On it. It was then that the boy noticed the other party, a blue-haired boy with draconic features, stood in front of the zero-pointer with a look of indifference. Even though he stood before the behemoth, it made no waves in his heart. If that wasn't shocking enough, he saw that the dragon boy's palm was directly in front of the zero-pointer's fist. It couldn't be. He had stopped the zero-pointer with just his palm? Shin locked gazes with the zero-pointer. Although it might look scary to others, Shin found the enormous mecha rather cute. While others had to run around hunting for points, this giant had practically sent rescue points to him with open arms. How could Shin be upset? Don't worry, man. Trust me, you'll do fine. But what if I didn't do well in the written part of the exam? Then rest assured, my sidekick position will always be open to you. Thank you. Why did this feel wrong? He had come to this guy for reassurance but was offered a sidekick position in advance? Shin, stop messing around. Okay, I'm sorry, alright? Trust me, Kirishima, you'll pass. It would be foolish not to. Take you in. Hearing his words, Kirishima finally calmed down. All right. I've got to go train, I'll call you later. After their call ended, Kirishima slumped onto his bed, his head full of thoughts. Who was that? He lazily opened his eyes and looked at the pink-skinned girl in front of him. Shin. Oh, the one you met at the practical exam? Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that, Mina? Mina was staring at him with narrowed eyes. Just checking. Kirishima was confused. Checking what? Whether your heart has been stolen. Kirishima threw his pillow at her. You've been reading too much fanfiction lately. So mean. Mina whined. I'm not interested in guys, and honestly. I'm more worried about you, Kirishima said, concern evident in his eyes. Huh. Mina tilted her head, puzzled. Kirishima simply looked at his friend with sympathy, recalling how Shin had been surrounded by female examinees after the practical exam. The purple-haired boy had worn a helpless expression, and Kirishima understood this was not the first time it had happened. Even he, as a guy, felt a bit confused when he caught sight of those captivating golden eyes for too long. How could this silly girl be immune to Shin? Kirishima sighed, thinking, Mina, you're too naive. Meanwhile, Shin glanced down at his phone, a small smile forming on his lips. It feels kind of strange not having to scold someone during a conversation. Since his rebirth, his daily routine had revolved around training, battling Bakugo, sparring with Midoriya, facing off against the Quirkless teachers, and dealing with family matters. Having a normal conversation with Kirishima felt unfamiliar, but it also brought him joy. How long had it been since he had smiled genuinely? Meeting the redhead felt like a breath of fresh air. Shin changed his clothes, preparing to leave the apartment for more training. Zagan was the last Djinn he needed to master, but this particular soul was a bit rebellious. While Ball and Barbados were Djinn known for their overwhelming firepower, Zagan was recognized for his incredible utility, capable of creating and controlling life, animals, and plants. Zagan was one of the most powerful Djinn of King Solomon, which should have been good news for Shin, but it had become his greatest challenge. In addition to his strength, Zagan harbored a deep-seated disdain for humanity, with the only exception being the Magi, those creations cherished by the Rook and born with the greatest amount of Magoi. Zagan also loathed the fire Djinn Amon, declaring he would never work under the same owner as him. Unfortunately for Shin, he was the current owner of Amon. Despite being in a different time and space, the essence of the Djinn remained unchanged even after their magical powers had transformed into quirks. As a result, Shin had been struggling to access Zagan's abilities, left with no choice but to patiently work on increasing his affinity with nature. He could only blame himself for this predicament. Next time, he thought, don't be so easily tempted by power. As Shin stepped out of the elevator, he noticed something sticking out of his mailbox. It dawned on him that today was the day the UA entrance exam results would be announced. No wonder Kirishima was more anxious than usual, he murmured, shrugging as he tucked the letter into his bag. I can check it later. He still needed to figure out how to persuade his feisty Djinn. If Midoriya saw how indifferent Shin was about his UA results while he had been panicking all week, he would surely be furious. At Aldra Middle School, the blonde class teacher beamed with excitement. I can't believe we have 3 students from our school going to UA. Especially Shin and Midoriya. It's a miracle. I'm proud of you 3, he continued, but Shin merely regarded the two-faced man with indifference. Despite the praise being directed at him, Shin remained unmoved. From the first day of school, he had sensed the teacher's disdain for both him and Midoriya. While his actions were relatively subtle compared to bolder teachers, he was not innocent. He would call Shin out to answer college-level questions and assign him more cleanup duties than the rest of the class. When confronted, he would feign innocence, smiling and saying, Shin, why would you slander your teacher this way? I'm only pushing you because I believe in your potential. Now that he had been admitted into the world's top hero school, he was suddenly more cautious around him. Despite his resentment towards this scheming uncle, Shin still bowed. Thank you, sensei. He glanced at the picture of his wife on the desk and smiled mysteriously. I wonder if your wife would be pleased to know about her husband's hidden actions being revealed to the public? Shin never intended to spare the school after graduation. The sensei was unaware that his student was already plotting his downfall, yet he continued to grin widely. Midoriya and Bakugo were unusually quiet, each lost in their thoughts. Midoriya looked at the purple-haired boy beside him and instinctively shrank back a bit. He wasn't surprised by his teacher's announcement, having already seen the results from the projection yesterday. First place Shin. Villain points, 132. Hero points, 68. A total of 200 points. He had beaten All Might's record by a whole 50-point gap. When Izuku saw Shin's score, the excitement he felt about making it into UA was instantly dampened. Why was there such a difference between them? Just when he thought he might be able to beat him this time, Shin had disregarded the rules and suddenly awakened his quirk. In just 12 months, he had already surpassed his idol's UA record. What if he had awakened his quirk earlier? Midoriya didn't even want to consider it. No, he couldn't sound so defeated. He had All Might's power now. From his quirk analysis, he knew that some people's quirks were incredibly powerful at first but became less impressive compared to their peers over time. His body was still adjusting to one for all, so he shouldn't compare himself to Shin just yet. He too could achieve remarkable results in the future. Izuku repeatedly reassured himself. Meanwhile, Bakugo was also observing Shin, momentarily forgetting about his usual threats toward Deku. Katsuki recalled how shocked he had been when he saw his name on the leaderboard's second place. He was in second place. The disbelief struck him, and he blanked out after seeing the score, completely ignoring All Might on the projection. He just sat in his room lost in thought. This scene had worried his parents, fearing he was in a dark place. After a night of contemplation, Katsuki walked into school with a clearer mind. Although the dark circles under his eyes were prominent, his red eyes shone with determination. He turned to Shin and spoke solemnly, I will surpass you. The sudden silence in the room indicated that Bakugo had caught everyone off guard. Initially, Shin thought the fiery boy was trying to provoke another fight. He didn't expect him to declare him as a rival. That I see. The class sensei, on the other hand, was puzzled by the sudden tension. Why had Bakugo chosen a quirkless kid as his rival? Had he missed something? He sighed and looked out the window. Teenagers would always be a great mystery to him. Sachiko looked at his son and daughter in disbelief. You're joking. He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to. But he also knew his kids had no reason to fool him like this. No, Dad, Shin really made it into UA. The news of Shin and Midoriya's enrollment into UA had caused a storm in both their school and community. Neighbors had been coming over to discuss the situation. The topic of how the Hayashi family had sent away their second child, who later got accepted into UA, was the focus of discussion at every dinner table. Sachiko felt the weight of discomfort in that moment. The child he deemed useless was now in the top hero school in the world. He had even personally cut ties with him. "Why did I do that?" he muttered, slamming a bottle of wine against the wall. His wife remained unfazed by his outburst. She glared at him. "What possessed you to send him away? As expected, you can't do anything right. Kicking out my precious second child, you monster." She seemed to have forgotten how she once wept and begged her so-called precious son to stay away from them. "Shut up," he shouted. "Oh, don't you dare raise your voice at me." Watching their parents fight, the siblings observed in silence. The youngest remembered how she had leaked the news of Shin getting kicked out at school and how she had gloated about it. The eldest recalled how he used to lock Shin in a closet for days without food, all because he showed up whenever his friends came over. Both siblings said nothing, but their expressions revealed deep regret. Shin was unaware of the drama unfolding at his old home, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He had long moved on from that farce. His focus was on the tall and unique architecture in front of him, UA High School. It was his second time here, but this time was different. Today, he was here as an official student. Shin suddenly felt that all the hours he spent trying to coax Zagan the Djinn last night were not in vain. Speaking of the tree-hugging Djinn, progress had been slow. Usually, because Shin had past experience with the Djinn holders, his speed in mastering his abilities was abnormally fast. But due to Zagan's persistent rejection, he could barely manage to make a leaf move. It was the first time Shin had encountered a setback regarding his quirk, and honestly, he was still lost on how to move forward from here on out. Sighing to himself, Shin walked through the halls in search of his class. He frowned as he wandered around. Why is this place so huge? Don't put your feet on the desk. Huh. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? What was the point of this argument? Kirishima stared at his two new classmates and suddenly felt an incoming headache. The spiky blonde looked less like a student and more like a gangster, while the blue-haired boy seemed to have an unusual fascination with robots. "I attend semi-private academy. My name is Ida Tenya." "Semi? So you're an elite, huh?" Kirishima lost interest in the conversation and looked at the empty desk beside him with a confused expression. The name tag Shin was clearly visible, but where was the boy? Class would begin soon. "Hey, lover boy, don't worry, he'll be here soon." Kirishima rolled his eyes at Mina's teasing. "Haha, very funny." "What's so funny?" The blonde in front turned around and asked. His name was Kaminari Denki. Although both he and Mina had just met him, his goofy nature quickly made them warm up to him, as did the black-haired boy with pure East Asian features sitting beside Kaminari. "Nothing, Mina is." "Well, being Mina again." "Oh." Siro and Denki nodded in understanding. "Hey, I'm starting to think you guys are looking down on me." Silence fell, and Mina truly understood the meaning of that silence at this moment. She tactfully chose to remain quiet after that. "Oh, that curly hair. You're the plain-looking one." Mina almost choked at the brutal comment. They all turned to see the new additions that had appeared at some point. "You passed like Present Mike said." "Of course you did. Your punch was amazing." The greenette's face turned bright red at the constant praises being thrown his way from the cute girl. "Hey, mind moving?" The deep, husky voice instantly caught the attention of the class. All eyes focused on the figure behind the two. Needless to say, all the girls' faces turned red after a glance. Kirishima saw Mina's cheeks redden and let out a helpless sigh. Too pitiful. After a moment of silence, a boy with purple ball for hair couldn't help but tear up. He seemed to see his chances of snatching a girlfriend getting slimmer the longer Shin existed. "No, I won't take this injustice. I demand a veto." Shin's lips twitched as he saw the boy start a protest. Just as the nature of djinns don't change, Mineta's antics didn't change either. "Go somewhere else if you want a veto." Time seemed to freeze when a tired voice rang out. Shin wasn't surprised by the voice, as he had already sensed his arrival. "This is the hero course." Aizawa proceeded to unzip his sleeping bag, not caring about the reactions of his new students. "It took you 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited, and you kids aren't rational enough." He held the sleeping bag in his hand as he faced the class with an uninterested gaze. "I'm your new homeroom teacher, Izawa Shoda." "Nice to meet you." "Class, teacher? Put this on and go out to the field," Izawa instructed as he handed Shin a tracksuit, then turned to face the rest of the class. His eyes glowed with a red intensity that made the new recruits shudder involuntarily. "Your quirk assessment test will begin shortly." "Sensei, what about the entrance ceremony? The orientation?" Uraraka asked, her voice tinged with panic. "Shin." The others hadn't expected to be tested on their very first day of school. "If you're going to be a hero, you don't have time for leisurely events." Izawa sighed, noting the shocked expressions on the new recruits' faces. This reaction was always the same with each new batch. UA's unique approach is based on how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's how the teachers run their classes. He walked towards the softball throw obstacle course. "These should be familiar to you, correct?" The class nodded in response. "The only difference between your middle school sports drills and here is the use of your quirks." He noticed the spark of determination in the students' eyes. "Use your quirks to achieve the highest score possible." Izawa scanned the crowd before his gaze landed on Bakugo. "Come throw the ball," he commanded, tossing the ball toward Bakugo without giving him a chance to protest. Bakugo, unfazed, walked calmly to the pitch. "In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw?" With a raise of his sword, a concentrated ball of lightning formed above him. His voice was deep and commanding, causing many of the examinees in the city to halt in their tracks. "Bararak." Like a divine judgment, beams of lightning shot forth from the energy source. In an instant, dozens of mechas were rendered inoperable. Some were left in such a state that they were barely recognizable. The examinees in the city were frozen in shock. Some trembled at the thought of being struck by that attack, while others sank to their knees. Among the crowd, Kirishima gazed intently at the magnificent figure hovering above the city like a deity. His throat felt tight, and he struggled to find his voice. He had so much to say, but in the end, he could only sum it up in one word. "Manly." 67 meters. Izawa nodded. "Well then, try doing it with your quirk." As soon as he spoke, a switch seemed to flip. The calm expression transformed into a sadistic smirk. His palm crackled with fierce sparks. "Die!" Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and the ball was launched into the air. Multiple shockwaves rippled through the distance. Izawa remained unfazed, simply glancing at his tracker. Knowing your limits is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He displayed the results to the entire class, igniting a wave of excitement. 750 meters? Seriously? This looks fun. We can use our quirks as much as we want. Izawa's disappointment was evident. "It looks fun, huh?" Shin noticed the slight annoyance in his tone. He understood that Izawa didn't expel them on the spot because they were just kids. If they had been adults, he likely would have walked out without a word. As a top underground hero, Izawa had witnessed the darkest sides of society that even most heroes hadn't seen. It was understandable why such words would trigger him. Most people didn't have a good reason for enrolling in hero schools. Many claimed they wanted to help others, but those were often empty words. They had walked past beggars on the street without a second thought, ignored charities, and skipped ads about helping the quirkless. They had seen bullying and chosen not to intervene. Now, those same people would boldly declare their desire to be heroes. Shin glanced at his classmates and sighed inwardly. The only ones he truly respected at that moment were Kirishima and Uraraka. He admired Uraraka's reason for wanting to be a hero. She wanted to earn money so her parents could live a good life. There was nothing shameful in that. In fact, he found her honesty to be her most admirable trait. Even though he wasn't a fan of her overly bubbly personality, he couldn't bring himself to dislike her. As for Kirishima, he respected his determination to change. When faced with a villain for the first time, the redhead had shown vulnerability, recognizing his flaws and the need for growth if he wanted to save others. Shin appreciated that he didn't let his insecurities hinder his dreams. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be expelled. Aizawa's words hung in the air like a heavy decree. The students felt like defendants awaiting their fate, with Aizawa as the judge controlling their destiny. Test 1, 50-meter dash. Standing at the starting line, Ida glanced at the boy beside him. He remembered that this was the person who had scored first place on the entrance exam. Although he wasn't sure what quirk Shin possessed, he was confident that no one in Class 1A could match his speed. "I will give it my all, Mr. Shin. As the new generation of UA students, let's both do our best to honor our predecessors in this competition." Shin shook his head, smiling gently. "You can just call me Shin, Ida-kun." Ida was taken aback for a moment but nodded in agreement. "Well, since we are now classmates, it would indeed be inappropriate to address a fellow peer so formally. I will try my best to adjust accordingly, Shin-kun." Shin thought, "I seriously doubt this guy had a social life before you." Regardless of his thoughts, Shin's smile remained. "I see." Not wanting to hear another lengthy speech, Shin bowed his head and silently began charging up Barbado's strength magic to the soles of his feet. Meanwhile, the class was discussing the first test. "Who do you think will win?" Azui asked the girls. "Shin-kun," Uraraka exclaimed without hesitation, her gaze fixed on the purple-haired boy on the track field. Midoriya noticed this and felt his mood drop even lower. Shin's quirk is lightning-based, which is impressive, but Ida-kun's quirk is clearly more speed-oriented. "I don't think." 2.07 seconds. 3.04 seconds. The results were announced, and Izuku nearly choked on his saliva upon hearing them. "Never mind." Aizawa, who was recording the test results, was also taken aback by Shin's score. He hadn't expected Shin's speed to surpass that of the Ida family, known throughout Japan for their speed. Aizawa couldn't help but smile fondly as he watched Shin being bombarded with questions from Ida. "Well, I'm glad he's starting to make friends." If the other UA staff had heard Aizawa's words, they would surely have complained about this apparent double standard. Wasn't he the one who had previously scolded the expelled Class 1A for thinking they were in the hero course to make friends? Why did it suddenly not apply when Shin was involved? Test 2, Grip Strength. Midoriya held the electric grip in his hand, determination in his gaze. The last test hadn't gone well, but he was sure this one would be better. Couldn't use his quirk, but after following All Might's American Dream plan, Izuku felt confident he could score higher than some of his classmates. He closed his eyes and squeezed the grip with all his strength. Imagine the egg not exploding. 56 kilograms. He smiled in relief. A new record. Just as he was about to share his achievement with Uraraka, an uproar erupted on the other side of the court. 5,000 kilograms. Dude, you're so impressive. Izuku froze at those words. He turned around to see Shin surrounded by classmates who were excited about his score. Izuku smiled bitterly and returned to focusing on his own business. After all, he wasn't foolish enough to cause trouble again. He still remembered the stern lecture he received from All Might after the entrance exam. He was aware that he had likely left a bad impression on the UA staff and didn't want to make things worse. Aizawa, on the other hand, silently noted Midoriya's complex feelings toward Shin once again and couldn't help but frown. He tapped his finger on his tracker absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Bakugo stared at the tall figure at the center of the circle. Since the day he saw his name in second place, Katsuki's mental state had undergone some changes. He realized that he wasn't the best. Unlike in the original timeline, he didn't need Midoriya's intervention for this to happen. Just the entrance exam results were enough to humble him. Perhaps it was because Shin had never let him walk all over him that made him accept the outcome wholeheartedly. His reaction would have been very different if he had seen Deku's name above his, though. But even with all this, something still puzzled Katsuki. How could Shin surpass him with just 12 months of training? This thought frightened him. Yes, he was scared. Even though this was something he would never let anyone know, it was true. He was scared of Shin, but Shin was also the person he respected the most. Even All Might had to take a back seat. Shin was his rival. And what Katsuki wanted most right now was to go further than him. The class quieted down as they saw Shin close his eyes and begin his chant. Spirit of wrath and heroes, dwell in me. Turn me into a great demon ball. Katsuki was taken aback by Shin's words. Spirit? Demon? He watched as Shin was enveloped in a pillar of blue lightning. Once the radiance dimmed, no one could hide their shock. Even the frosty boy at the back, who had been brooding throughout the day, couldn't remain indifferent. Katsuki knew Shin had awakened a lightning quirk after Deku confronted him that day. But what he wasn't expecting was for him to suddenly transform into a dragon-like humanoid. His purple hair turned bright blue. His tracksuit was gone, replaced by scale-like armor with white robes and golden ornaments. With a dragon tail and claws, he radiated a majestic aura that demanded respect. Even Katsuki involuntarily straightened his spine. He saw Shin raise the ball indifferently and gesture towards the sky. Plasma! A beam of highly concentrated lightning erupted from his palm. The ball vanished into the distance, creating multiple shockwaves. The wind pressure from the attack was overwhelming. Trees bent, students lost their balance, and Mineta went flying. It took a while for things to settle down. Once they did, everyone focused on the root cause of the destruction. Shin. The purple-haired boy looked at them with innocent eyes, as if he had no idea what had caused this. Just when everyone thought the chaos was over, the tracker results rang out. 3 kilometers. Katsuki was in a daze. 3 kilometers? That was more than triple what he had achieved. At that moment, Katsuki and the frosty boy at the back could only see Shin. One wanted to surpass the boy in front of him, while the other was finally recognizing this sudden threat. But they weren't the only ones with their own thoughts. At the corner of the school building, a skinny figure with blonde hair was watching the scene intently. Isn't this young man a bit too strong? All Might couldn't help but say. He looked at Midoriya, who stood on the field with a complicated gaze. He sighed. The #1 title is really never easy to get. There will always be a challenge. Midoriya, you have to work harder. Maybe I need to create American Dream Plan 2.0, Midoriya replied thoughtfully. Dude, that was crazy, one classmate exclaimed. Lightning? Where did the lightning come from? Yeah, I thought his quirk was a strength type, another added. Man, take it easy next time, I literally got thrown halfway across the field. And what's up with the transformation? A third classmate asked. Facing the series of questions from his new classmates, Shin could only show a helpless smile. When did he become an idol? Can you let me through? All right, that's enough. Aizawa's stern voice instantly made the crowd freeze. The rowdy group quickly turned obedient, lining up once more. Observing this, Aizawa felt he should be a bit softer on the students. At least they weren't as unruly as last year's recruits. Midoriya, you're up. Shin noticed the subtle sharpness in Aizawa's tone when he called Izuku. Not only Shin, but Izuku felt it too. The greenette was puzzled. How had he offended this familiar-looking hero? Wasn't it his first time meeting him? What he didn't realize was that Aizawa had already picked up on his negative feelings towards Shin, especially after witnessing how Izuku had mocked Shin for his lack of a quirk before the exam. At that moment, Aizawa's impression of Midoriya was decidedly frosty. With shaky steps, Midoriya walked toward the circle pitch, staring at the ball in his palm with a nervous gaze. He couldn't help but recall all the events of the day, the 50-meter dash, grip test, standing long jump, and side steps. In all the practical tests so far, he hadn't achieved a single high record. At this rate, wouldn't he be expelled? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If he was sent out of UA, would All Might lose interest in him? Would he take back One for All? Would he give it to someone like Shin? Why was Shin so different from him anyway? Didn't they both start from the same place? So why did Kaken like him but not Izuku? Was he not good enough? At this point, Midoriya didn't realize he was unconsciously channeling One for All through his arm at an alarming rate, even more than during the entrance exam. His arm was already showing signs of strain from the condensed power flowing through it. Still blinded by frustration, Izuku raised his arm and swung with all his might. After throwing the ball, fatigue washed over him as he clutched his slightly bruised arm in surprise. My arm isn't broken? How was that possible? Could he control One for All now? 46 meters, the tracker announced. Midoriya thought he had misheard, but upon seeing the distraught expressions on Ida and Uraraka's faces, he knew something was amiss. He raised his head and saw the ball lying a short distance away from him. But I was really trying to use it this time. Izuku didn't understand the situation. It couldn't be that his own quirk was rejecting him, right? I erased your quirk. What? Midoriya looked up to meet the cold red eyes of his sensei. But what caught his attention wasn't just his eyes or the strange fabric hovering around him, it was the yellow goggles hanging around his neck. In that moment, he realized who the man standing before him was. You're the Erasure hero. Eraserhead. Eraser? Never heard of him, Kirishima said, looking at his sensei with confusion. He was likely wondering how an underground hero could be the homeroom teacher for Yue's hero class. He's an underground hero. He specializes in covert operations, and his quirk allows him to erase quirks with just a glance, Shin informed the redhead, a hint of pride in his tone. The rest of the class stared at their teacher in awe upon hearing about his quirk. Kaminari's lips twitched. Man, that's scary. Yeah, I can't imagine how it would be without my quirk, Siro added. The class mentally noted to be cautious around their new sensei. Mina noticed this. You seem to like him a lot? He's my favorite hero, Shin announced, revealing his admiration without hesitation. Just as Shin was about to elaborate, Aizawa's voice cut in. You save one person and become a liability afterwards? Midoriya Izuku. You can't become a hero with a power like this. Your favorite hero is a bit intimidating, Kirishima muttered. Shin nudged him lightly with his elbow. I see you're eager for expulsion too, Kiri? Kirishima quickly fell silent. The class watched as Aizawa released his hold on Midoriya, signaling for the continuation of the test. Some tried to cheer him on, while others felt pity for him, having already deemed him last in their hearts. A few remained indifferent from the start. Shin sighed at the mixed reactions. At this point, the class felt like a collection of strangers, so it wasn't surprising to see such varied responses. On the field, Midoriya stared intently at the softball in his grasp. He knew he couldn't fully control his power yet. One wrong move could make him a liability. Out of everyone in class, he was the only one without a heroic score. Should he take the risk and charge up one for all to get a good score now? At least that way, he could secure a top score in one of the tests. Izuku raised his head and sneaked a glance at his homeroom teacher. But I'll probably lose my qualifications on the spot if I do. Aizawa looked at the greenette with an indifferent gaze, wondering why Nizu had passed this kid. So what if he could blast the zero-pointer away with one punch? Wasn't he incapacitated right after? If that brown-haired girl hadn't saved him, he would have lost his life for sure. Aizawa could appreciate heroism, but he always drew a clear line between heroism and recklessness. In his opinion, All Might was reckless, but he could afford to be because he had the strength to back it up. Midoriya didn't have that. Since this kid was already showing reckless tendencies before officially enrolling in UA, Aizawa felt it might be best for him to drop out now rather than end up in a dire situation later on. Aizawa raised his pen, ready to cross out Midoriya's name when a huge blast of air erupted on the field. After a moment, the results came in 705.3 meters. So he still chose to go all out, huh? Even though he expected this outcome, Aizawa felt a twinge of disappointment. But what could he expect from a kid who couldn't even control his quirk? He sighed, Go get your arm healed. I can still move. At that moment, Aizawa noticed Midoriya's bruised finger. This kid. The pen that was about to cross out Midoriya's name halted. Over 700 meters? He finally got a hero-like record. His finger is swelling. What a strange quirk. Not very stylish, though. While the class commented on Midoriya's impressive feat, Shin observed the boy with a critical eye. He had to admit that Midoriya was a genius under pressure. Most wouldn't have thought to focus their power at a single point with someone like Aizawa watching closely. As he praised Midoriya in his mind, the focus of his admiration turned and locked gazes with him. Shin saw the victorious grin on Midoriya's face, and his lips twitched at the sight. Shin thought, if only he wasn't so full of himself. Kirishima noticed their silent exchange. Dude, did you offend that guy? Shin hesitated before nodding. He probably thinks I stole his childhood sweetheart from him. Kirishima was taken aback. Shin wasn't joking. He had spent a lot of time thinking about Midoriya's attitude toward him. All conclusions led to the same point: Bakugo Katsuki. Why did Izuku get annoyed when he helped him against Bakugo? Why did he smile when Bakugo attacked him in the halls of Aldra Middle School? When he advised him not to take the UA entrance exam, who was also present? Bakugo. Shin still remembered the dazed look on Midoriya's face when Bakugo announced that he would be his rival. The more Shin thought about it, the more it made sense. Somehow, he had found himself caught in the middle of a lover's quarrel, which left him feeling quite helpless. This realization softened his attitude toward Midoriya. Wasn't it just a jealous teen? Although he didn't like how he was handling his feelings, Shin couldn't bring himself to hate him. On the other hand, Midoriya also noticed the strange emotion in Shin's eyes. What's up with that look? However, he didn't have time to dwell on it for long as the familiar sound of explosions rang out. Deku, what's the meaning of this? Shin thought that, hey, isn't this relationship a bit toxic? Please move. Just give me a little giggle for me. Just once. Still no response, huh? On a grassy field, a figure lay on the grass with a frustrated expression. Shin stared at the trees around him with a resentful gaze. I blame myself. Who told me to wish for the tree-hugging Djinn in the first place? His first day at UA had ended about an hour ago. As for the test results, there were no unexpected plot twists. Shin stood in the number 1 spot, Momo came second, Todoroki third, and the list went on until Midoriya's last place. With the exposure of the list, Shin finally realized who was missing from Class 1A Sugarman. This meant that someone from Class 1B would most likely lose their position in the hero course. Even after knowing that his arrival had caused someone else to lose their spot, Shin wasn't fazed. He wasn't the type to make excuses for his selfish acts. He wanted to stand at the top, and for that to happen, stepping on others to get there was inevitable. Right now, all he was focused on was how to win over this Djinn. Zagan. I know you hate me. Well, I know you hate humans in general, but just give me a chance, alright? I promise not to use your magic for evil. No matter how dark the world is, I will always strive to be a pillar of light in troubled times. To be the one that reaches out to those in need and never backs down against our oppressors. For your trust, I can swear on my life. Wow, not even that speech could move you, Shin chuckled. I spent a lot of time coming up with that, you know? Well, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, he said, staring at the blue sky with a rare, soft smile. I'll prove to you that I can make this world a better place, even without your magic. Shin smirked. All for One won't be able to be as arrogant as he's always been with me around now. As Shin spoke, there was a faint rustling of leaves on the tree to his right, but unfortunately, this went unnoticed by the purple-haired boy. Main cafeteria, UA. Man, I never thought present mixed class would be so boring. Kaminari slouched on the table, feeling exhausted from the mental strain of the morning. Even the food in front of him didn't look appealing anymore. Yeah, so far the hero course seems a bit too normal, Siro said, taking a bite of the smoked fish on his plate. I'm starting to miss Aizawa-sensei's threats, Mina chimed in. Hearing her comment, Shin couldn't help but give her a strange look. Mina, are you some kind of NCST? Mina's face suddenly turned a shade of pink. With his high IQ, Shin quickly understood that she was blushing. What are you saying? The table's atmosphere quickly became upbeat. It was a stark contrast to the other class tables, where everyone was still a bit restrained around each other, especially on Class 1B's side. All heads turned unanimously to the sound of laughter. Is that Class 1A? Yes. It was obvious that the mood of Class 1B had dampened quite a bit after hearing the answer. Monoma's mood was the most obvious. Like everyone else, he had tried his best to get into Class 1A. Class 1B wasn't bad, but it was always in the shadow of Class 1A. Just like how most top heroes were graduates from Class 1A, Class 1B graduates usually ended up in the mid-tier category. It felt as if they were already being reserved as future permanent sidekicks in advance. This realization made them feel some resentment towards the current Class 1A set in their hearts. They were the same age, and some members of Class 1B even scored higher than the current Class 1A group in the entrance exam, so why weren't they there? They had even asked Vlad-sensei this very same question, but all they got in response was, "You'll understand in the future." More unanswered questions kept piling up, and because of that, their impression of Class 1A kept getting lower. "Tisich, just a bunch of lucky BSs," Monoma scoffed. Seeing the low mood of the class, Kendo decisively chimed in, "Hey, I remember Midnight Sensei mentioned something about more practical training soon." "Really? Will we get to wear costumes?" "Oh, by the way, Midnight Sensei's hero costume is too lovely, you girls should learn from her." "How sinful." "Wait, don't point those vines at me." Looking at how most of the class had brightened up, Kendo smiled with satisfaction. As for the screams of her classmates, she selectively ignored them. Class 1A. Kirishima stared blankly at his desk. At this point, he was kind of hoping that Aizawa-sensei would start threatening them again. Maybe Shin was right. Mina was truly a atheist, and her tendencies were starting to rub off on him? Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine. He looked at Mina, who was chatting happily with her new friend, and also picked up on his look. "Mina, brother, how did I offend you this time?" Kirishima sighed heavily and was about to confide in Shin about this matter. Just as he glanced at his purple-haired friend, he was stunned. Although he hadn't known Shin for long, he would have never thought that the usually warm person could show such a cold look. "Shin." Kirishima's voice brought Shin back to reality. "You all right?" Ejiro asked in a low tone to prevent others from picking up on the conversation. Facing the redhead's concerned expression, Shin felt a warmth inside him. He had been in this world for a long time now, and since he came, this was the first taste of genuine kindness, something he hadn't experienced even in his last life. A pure friendship without any ulterior motives. "Yeah, I'm fine, just..." "Family issues?" Shin whispered back. "Family? Wasn't Shin an orphan?" Kirishima always thought his friend had no family, which was why he had no last name. But now that seemed not to be the case. Just as he was about to inquire more, the class door was abruptly swung open. "I am." Walking in like a normal person. The student's eyes widened involuntarily at the sight of the number one hero. "It's All Might. How awesome. He's really a teacher here." That's his Silver Age costume. Even the usually stoic student in the back couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Shin had to admit that at this moment, All Might's influence was truly unmatched. As a reader, it might be hard to grasp the significance of the name All Might in the hearts of the people in this world. But after living in this quirk-filled world for years, Shin finally understood how highly this man was regarded by the masses. The crime rate in Japan drops by 20% whenever he is in the country. He saved hundreds of civilians in under 10 minutes during his debut. He single-handedly prevented a civil war outbreak in America. These achievements were nothing short of legendary. Shin had to say that this man, Toshinori Yagi, was truly deserving of respect. "I will be teaching hero basics," All Might announced. "To lay your foundation, all types of training will be done. And today, we will be starting with this." It dramatically reached into his back pocket, making Shin feel a bit overwhelmed. It was hard to take him seriously at times. Battle training. His words ignited excitement among the students present. They were finally going to engage in some hero training. Along with that is, with a tap of a button, secret compartments on the classroom wall suddenly revealed themselves, showcasing the numbered compartments to everyone. These costumes were made according to your design requests and quirk registration files you submitted. So once you change, meet me at ground beta. "Okay." The class responded enthusiastically. With that, Class 1A's first battle training experience was finally about to begin. Toshinori stood just outside the building where today's battle training was being held. The number one hero stared at the structure with a tense expression. If he was being honest, he wasn't the best teacher. He struggled with guiding and giving advice. In those aspects, he knew he couldn't compare to Aizawa. If it weren't for the fact that he was searching for a successor when Nizu offered him the job, he likely would have never taken it on. But now, he had finally found a successor he deemed worthy. I just hope I can help Midoriya learn to control one for all before my time comes to an end. Yes, he was here for Midoriya. It might seem selfish, but it wasn't that he didn't care about the other students, just not as much as he did for his successor. Speaking of Midoriya, Toshinori never expected the normally innocent-looking boy to harbor so much turmoil within. He and the other staff members could still recall the intensity in Midoriya's gaze when he looked at that Shin boy. It was surprising, to say the least. Yet, Toshinori found himself feeling a bit relieved. If before Midoriya had seemed like a squeaky clean, harmless bunny, now he felt more like a bunny with a backstory. To put it simply, the former Izuku had seemed plastic, but now All Might felt he had become more real. As someone who grew up quirkless, Toshinori understood the struggles faced by those like him in a society dominated by quirk users. So when he first met Midoriya in the alley, he thought the boy was a bit fake, desperately trying to live in a fantasy. Toshinori sighed as he recalled those overly eager eyes that had stared at him from the rooftop. Well, now that I know where his flaws lie, I'm sure I can guide him down the right path, he thought, just as his mentor had done for him. The sudden sound of footsteps pulled Toshinori from his thoughts. He turned his attention toward the dark tunnel, and when his gaze landed on the students, nostalgia washed over him. Memories of his UA days flooded back. He recalled the countless hours spent perfecting his first hero costume, with Nana's laughter echoing in the background. He also remembered how that same costume had been heavily scrutinized by Todoroki. Looking back, his taste had been questionable, though at least it wasn't as bad as Midnight's. That woman had single-handedly prompted the government to introduce the Hero Costume Skin Exposure Limitation Act. Shaking his head, Toshinori set aside his memories and focused on the approaching class. Starting with appearances is very important, boys and girls. Be aware that from today, you are heroes. All Might scan the class with a satisfied look. You all look great. Midoriya. What is going on? Standing amidst the crowd was an eye-catching figure. That wide smile and those upright hair strands, wasn't he cosplaying as him? No, what he should be asking was, is this how I look in your eyes? Suddenly, Toshinori felt a bit insecure. On the other side, Uraraka was scanning the crowd, searching for someone. Midoriya couldn't help but blush at the sight of Uraraka's costume. Uraraka-san, your costume looks great. An astronaut-themed suit with your anti-gravity quirk is a perfect mix. And the helmet can serve as a gas mask and... Shin-kun. Before Midoriya realized what was happening, a blur of brown and pink dashed past his eyes. Uraraka had run off toward Shin, who had just arrived on the scene. Oh hey, Uraraka, Shin said, catching the hint of expectation in her eyes. Your costume looks good. The astronaut theme goes well with your anti-gravity quirk. Her natural blush deepened. Oh, thank you. Midoriya watched, feeling a bit pitiful. Mineta, observing the whole scene, approached Midoriya and patted his knee to comfort him. It's all right. You should just focus on finding someone in your league. Midoriya thought, that doesn't make me feel better. Shin-kun, your costume is cool, but it's much darker than I expected, Uraraka pointed out. She had a point. Shin had initially wanted to wear Sinbad's robes from the anime, but after some thought, he decided against it. He felt that King Sinbad's robes were too impractical for hero work, so he opted for a simple all-black bodysuit armor. It wasn't as flashy as a typical hero costume, but that was the effect Shin wanted. It's good for undercover operations, Shin explained. Plus, I think my transformations can serve as a hero costume already. His dark armor bodysuit was equipped with the latest high-tech gadgets and materials UA could gather in such a short time. Even the hidden weapons he had included were an extra bonus. Honestly, when he saw them, Shin was taken aback. He wasn't sure of the overall cost, but he knew it must have been pricey with all the high-tech gadgets and navigation systems built into the suit. He wondered if the school prioritized those they deemed to have more potential or if someone had intervened. Something in the back of his mind told him that Aizawa had something to do with it. If Aizawa was involved, Shin wasn't sure how to feel about it. Clever villains stay in the dark. For this exercise, I'll be separating you all into hero and villain teams, he announced. The battle will be a 2 versus 2. Azui interjected, with no basic training? This is to learn about those basics, Shin replied. But this time there are no robots to destroy. Momo, how do you win or lose? Bakugo, can I blow it up? Uraraka, will you expel us like Aizawa-sensei? Ida, how will we be split up? Aoyama, isn't my cape cool? Facing the onslaught of questions, All Might's face grew increasingly pale. Were kids really this relentless now? He was obviously new to this whole teaching thing. Couldn't they be a bit gentler with him? Seeing their eager expressions, Toshinori decided he couldn't hesitate any longer. Luckily, I took this into account, he said, opening the script he had prepared the night before and beginning to read the rules of today's exercise. Shin's sweat dropped at the scene. Shin, All Might, your image is on the verge of collapse. The opponents will be selected through lots. Once this was announced, everyone rushed to pick their lots. Noticing the intense glare Bakugo was giving Midoriya, Shin guessed they were paired up against each other, just like in the original timeline. This made him sigh in relief. He really wasn't looking forward to dealing with any extra drama right now. With Bakugo's fiery temperament and Midoriya likely seeing him as a disruptor, Shin just wanted a bit of normalcy in his life for a while. Putting aside his thoughts, Shin stepped towards All Might and dipped his hand into the ballot box. The letter he saw on his card made his lips twitch slightly. I got Team I, Shin announced. Wow, Shin-kun, we're on the same team. Invisible Girl ran up to him, cheering, her mittens shaking in the air vigorously. Shin kept a smile on his face, but inside, his heart was in turmoil. Of all people. He glanced over his shoulder and, as expected, saw a pair of icy blue and gray eyes staring at him as if he had wronged him in a past life. Why give me the angsty teen with a tragic backstory and a villainous older brother on the loose? Regardless of how much the building shook, Shin remained as still as a monk, calmly looking at the monitor with an unfazed expression, as if everything was as expected. All Might, you must know that I went to middle school with those two, he pointed at the Bakudeku pair on the monitor. I can assure you that if you don't at least give them a warning now, one of them will end up seriously hurt by the end of this exercise. Shin's calm tone sent shivers down their spines, and one by one, the gravity of the situation began to dawn on them. They really wouldn't go that far, right? Toru asked, her voice trembling. Bakugo could unleash an explosion of that magnitude at Midoriya without hesitation, and Midoriya, well, he looks ready to win at any cost. We remember how unstable his quirk is right now, Shin sighed. Who can say things won't get out of hand the longer this goes on? Momo nodded in agreement. This is a very valid point, but sensei, I believe ending the exercise altogether would be the best course of action. All Might clenched his fist. He knew the students were correct, but if he stopped the exercise, wouldn't that hinder Midoriya's growth? For some reason, he felt that these two boys needed this confrontation. There was a nagging feeling inside him that told him if they stopped things here, this feud would only deepen. Young Bakugo, if you unleash another explosion like that, the exercise will end here with your loss. Guess I'll just take you out the old way, you Djinn Deku. Toshinori thought to himself, this is for the best, right? Seeing All Might's actions, Shin glanced at the pro hero one last time before falling silent and facing the monitor again. He was already aware that All Might would not end the battle. The only reason he tried to intervene in the first place was to avoid looking out of place. It was well known by the UA staff that he and the childhood sweethearts graduated from Aldra together. Wouldn't it be strange if he remained indifferent while watching Bakugo unleash such an explosion at Midoriya? Especially after noticing the cameras in the corners of the observation lounge. Who's to say Nizu wouldn't observe their first battle training? Thinking of this, Shin sighed inwardly. The job of an actor was really taxing, and he suddenly had newfound respect for people in that occupation. I'm kinda glad we weren't paired up against that guy, Toru muttered under her breath. The monitor constantly displayed Bakugo's rage-filled demeanor as he scurried through the halls in search of Midoriya, who was busy running as if his life depended on it. Looking at this scene, Shin shook his head helplessly. Such an unhealthy relationship. Minutes passed, and the end result remained unchanged. Midoriya won but would need extensive care in the infirmary for the rest of the day. Bakugo lost and seemed to have something crack within him. Whether it was his pride or his worldview, no one knew for sure. But it was clear that Katsuki was currently in a state of self-reflection, and what changes this self-reflection would bring about only time would tell. Regardless of the two's current changes, it had nothing to do with Shin. His only concern was how to protect the papier-mâché bomb in front of him. So it's really made out of paper? Toru knocked on the surface of the paper bomb. Looks too realistic though. Shin chuckled at the invisible girl. Honestly, he thought she would be a more annoying choice to be paired with, but she wasn't necessarily bad company. It was just that her quirk might not be well suited for the elemental battle about to take place. He needed to ensure she didn't get hurt while at least contributing to the battle. After a moment of contemplation, he called her over. Hagakure, this is what we will do. Looks like Shin has a plan. Mina exclaimed. Remember the beam of lightning he used to shoot the ball far during the quirk assessment test? Uraraka chimed in. Well, he did get first place, riveted another student. Hey, don't forget Todoroki's ice quirk is also very powerful. Yes, but can't Shin just blast it away? Todoroki's quirk isn't limited to only ice, though. All Might's voice brought the students out of their heated debate. What do you mean, sensei? Kirishima asked. Young Todoroki's hair is the best example. All Might enlarged the monitor screen that displayed Shoto standing outside the building with Shoji by his side. White for ice and red for fire. The room erupted in chatter upon hearing the news. Todoroki also possessed a fire quirk? 2 quirks. At this time, some students who had looked down on Todoroki fell silent, and those who thought they could put up a strong fight against him followed suit. Although they hadn't witnessed his full capabilities yet, just the mention of his dual elements was enough to humble them. Meanwhile, Shin's friends couldn't help but panic. Wasn't Shin in big trouble? Especially looking at the cold look on Todoroki, it was obvious he didn't come to play. Is he going to be okay? Uraraka asked All Might. All Might laughed heartily. Don't worry, it's just an exercise, not a real battle. Besides, Toshinori glanced at Shin's monitor with a thoughtful expression. From what I've observed, your classmate is pretty strong and quite quick to adapt. A bit too quick. Especially for someone his age, All Might kept this extra thought to himself. Unaware of being the center of conversation, Todoroki stared at the building in front of him with an icy demeanor. He remembered the purple-haired boy who scored first place in the entrance exam this year. He also heard from Endeavor that his score had surpassed All Might's. Being the first person to accomplish such a feat, Shoto was sure it wouldn't take long for this news to reach the press somehow. That bunch always found a way to slither in. Some even managed to discover Endeavor's true nature after learning that his mother was forced into a mental hospital. The only reason the Flame Hero's deeds hadn't been exposed was due to the heavy load of hush money he had to bribe them with. They're both on the 4th floor and one is. Are you barefoot? Shoji informed Todoroki of their opponents' locations. Shoto nodded. Stay outside, it's dangerous here. He walked into the building with a calm demeanor. No matter what their strategy is. His palm radiated a frosty aura as he placed it against the wall to his right. It's futile. In an instant, ice spread from his palm to the surrounding walls, quickly branching out at a rapid pace until it enveloped the entire building. In less than a minute, the whole structure transformed into an urban frozen palace. Bakugo watched in disbelief as the building he had just exited was quickly encased in ice. His eyes widened in shock, and his already fragile mental state plummeted further. First, Deku had defeated him, and now Todoroki was showcasing an overwhelming display of power. Could he even hope to compete against that? More importantly, what would Shin do in this situation? He fixated on the purple-haired figure on the monitor, determined not to look away for even a moment. He needed to understand the true extent of the gap between them. Toru shivered in the cold atmosphere. How did you know he would launch such an attack? Earlier, Shin had instructed her to jump when he said so. Although she had been puzzled at the time, she followed his command, reasoning that it was just a jump and she had nothing to lose. Coming from the strongest person in their class, She assumed he had a plan. However, she hadn't anticipated the entire room being engulfed in ice right after All Might initiated the exercise. The chilling sensation beneath her bare feet sent a shiver down her spine. If she hadn't listened to Shin, would she have ended up frozen solid? At that moment, she began to take the battle training seriously. I guessed. Todoroki seems like the straightforward type, Shin replied, concealing the truth without hesitation. Toru was momentarily speechless. He guessed? How much insight did he possess? If Shin could read her thoughts, he would undoubtedly tell her that knowing the plot was the best form of insight. Only Sir Nitai's foresight quirk could rival it. Shin closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on the Magoi in the air. His training with Zagan had yet to yield results, so he decided to work on something he had been contemplating for a while, Magoi sensing. By releasing some of the Magoi from his body into the surrounding air, he could now perceive everything his Magoi touched. This ability addressed one of Shin's weaknesses, perception. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense everything around him, from Toru's slight shivers to the frozen ant in the corner of the room. He could even detect Todoroki and Shoji's movements on the ground floor. Magoi sensing was impressive, but unlike the sensory ninjas from Naruto or the observation haki from One Piece, the energy Shin utilized was distinct from the energy that permeated the world. In this realm, quirk users shared a similar quirk energy, which allowed them to wield their supernatural abilities. While the system had indeed altered Shin's Djinn powers to resemble a quirk-like existence, his energy came from the Magoi within him. He remained uncertain whether the quirk energy in this world transformed into Magoi upon entering his body or if it originated directly from the Djinn world. Hagakure, can I leave Shoji to you? Toru noticed the seriousness in Shin's eyes and instinctively felt the urge to retreat. But before she could step back, she paused. What was she doing? Wasn't this her chance? Although no one had explicitly mentioned it, she had always felt self-conscious about her low ranking during the quirk assessment test. Out of the 20 students in Class 1A, she had placed 18th, just above Midoriya and Mineta. One was constantly injuring himself with his quirk, and the other was a notorious troublemaker. It was no wonder she felt insecure about her position. Her current rank served as a constant reminder of her quirk's limitations in combat. But even with a quirk better suited for stealth, she had managed to surpass many combat quirk users during the practical entrance exam. And despite her confusion, she had been placed in Class 1A of all classes. So, even though she was unsure if she could take on a strong classmate like Shoji alone, she was determined to give it her all. She had to prove to herself and everyone else that she truly deserved her spot. Yes. Todoroki sighed as he faced yet another wall, feeling frustrated at the dead end. He regretted telling Shoji to wait outside. If his friend had been with him, they might have reached the bomb room by now. Why was the building's layout so complicated? Was it a result of the battle training? He recalled Endeavor mentioning that UA took their practical exercises to the extreme. Just like the rumors of giant mecha robots in every battle city for this year's entrance exams. And that Shingai had taken one out in a single blow. His eyes narrowed at the thought of this unexpected variable. He hadn't anticipated encountering someone in class who could outshine him in a test. Sure, there was Yaoyorozu, but he didn't see her as a threat. Her quirk was rare, but it leaned more towards support than direct combat. In a face-off, he was confident he could defeat her. But Shin was different. If it were just his lightning ability, Todoroki wouldn't be so concerned. There was something unsettling about that purple-haired classmate. Every time he locked eyes with those golden pupils, he felt a sense of unease. It was clear that Shin had a gentle demeanor, yet there was an air of indifference that surrounded him. Especially when they had exchanged glances during the ballot selection earlier. It irritated him. Was Shin looking down on him? Or did he simply not regard him at all? With a sigh, Todoroki placed his palm against the ice-covered wall in front of him. Should I just blast my way through? Todoroki-san, you should really pay more attention to your surroundings. Startled, Shoto turned sharply to see his purple-haired classmate. Without hesitation, he activated his quirk, a frosty sensation emanating from his palm and spreading through the hallway. Ice spikes shot from both sides of the wall, hurtling toward Shin at an alarming speed. The attack was ruthless, but Shin remained unfazed, continuing to walk forward with calm determination. If one couldn't see the incoming spikes, they might think he was simply out for a stroll. In the observation room, All Might's mouth twitched at the familiar scene. If he remembered correctly, this Shin boy had also been very nonchalant during the entrance exam. Watching the calm boy, seemingly unconcerned about the approaching spikes, made All Might's heart shudder at the thought of the consequences if Shin failed to dodge. Just as he reached for his mic, ready to stop the battle. Amon. One word. In an instant, the ice chamber was engulfed in flames. As someone well acquainted with Endeavor, All Might could sense the power of the flames from just the screen monitor alone. And if that wasn't enough to prove his judgment, the ice in the observation room evaporating at an alarming rate was solid proof. Todoroki used his fire. I knew he wouldn't seriously launch such dangerous spikes at Shin like that. Yeah, if Shin got hurt, things would have really gotten out of hand. Bakugo and Midoriya's battle was enough overkill for one day. As the rest of the students discussed, Bakugo remained silent. Shin lost? Katsuki couldn't believe it. As someone who could hold his own in a fight, especially without a quirk at the time, Katsuki could vouch for Shin's abilities. He could even say with confidence that no one understood the purple-haired boy's battle tendencies better than he did. Agility, battle awareness, instinct. Shin was on par with him, even surpassing him in some aspects, though Katsuki would never openly admit it. So, hearing the class announce Shin's easy defeat, Katsuki paid no mind to the chatter and continued to focus on the foggy monitor. Oi, everyone be quiet and watch. The class quieted down and looked at the monitor once more, selectively ignoring Bakugo's comment. The steam blocking the view soon cleared up. Most already had a final outcome in their hearts but were shocked by the scene displayed. On the screen, Shin stood where they last saw him, but this time with a completely different appearance. His long purple hair appeared to have transformed into a vibrant orange in under a minute. An elegant white robe with red lining wrapped around his lower body, leaving his sturdy chest exposed. The long obsidian sword he held was eye-catching. The most confusing part was the sea of flames that seemed to dance around him. At this moment, anyone with a stable IQ could tell that the flames originated from Shin and not Todoroki. Sure enough, Katsuki clenched his fist. Ruby orbs stared at Shin's figure with a complex gaze. This guy always has something up his sleeve. Dual quirks. Kaminari stared at Shin's figure in shock. Man, why are there two sets of monsters in our class all at once? These guys are going to hog all the good ones for themselves. Mineta looked at the monitor with resentful eyes. Hearing his words, all the girls present took a step back before continuing their discussion. Mina looked at her red-headed friend, who was staring at the monitor with a dazed look. Hey Kirishima. You're the closest one to Shin here, didn't you know about this? The class suddenly focused their attention on Kirishima. He shook his head. No. Really? He nodded. I've never asked about his quirk before. I just thought it was the lightning transformation thing. Looking at Shin's sudden power-up, a sense of urgency arose in Ejiro's heart. He looked down at his palm and watched it harden. I need to work harder. How? Todoroki looked at the newly transformed Shin in disbelief. Was this guy a dual quirk user like him too? No wonder he always felt threatened around him. What do you mean how? Shin didn't answer his question. After all, they were here to fight, not to have a Kande session. He swung his sword, and a sea of flames erupted again, this time hotter than before. The hallway was filled with heat, so much so that the surrounding walls began to warp slightly. Seeing Shin attack, Todoroki also acted, summoning another round of ice forward. However, the final results did not go as expected. Shoto's eyes widened at the sight of the ice being consumed the moment it made contact with Shin's flames. Witnessing this left a bitter taste in Shoto's mouth. He had devotedly worked hard to nurture his mother's ice, and now, after so many years of training, his attacks were being treated like nothing during his first serious battle outside the Todoroki Manor. And it was against a fire quirk of all things. He couldn't understand it. Why? Shin continued to walk forward, And with every step he took, the surrounding atmosphere grew hotter. Why does this always happen? Shoto looked at the flames getting closer. Nothing's changed. He looked up and locked gazes with golden orbs overflowing with indifference. At that moment, it felt as if time froze. The figure of his father suddenly overlapped with his classmate. Why are you looking at me like that? What the heck are those two doing? Shoji's body shook from the impact of the mini-earthquake just now. Hey Todoroki. Todoroki-san, are you alright over there? Todoroki. Shoji couldn't help losing his cool at the lack of response from his teammate. He sighed. And I thought he looked like the calm and collected type. The multiple large ice spikes protruding from the sides of the building were anything but calm. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Panicking wouldn't do any good. Right now, he needed to take advantage of the chaos to secure their victory. While Shoji was forcing his brain to work overtime, a petite figure went unnoticed by him. Toru stared at her target. She had been observing him for a while now, and let's just say that hanging upside down from a pole in an awkward position wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. Why did I think this was a good idea again? Toru lamented inwardly. She glanced at the giant ice spike a few feet away from her head, her heart racing at the close call. Todoroki-kun, I have a feeling you're out to get me, but I have no proof. First, he almost turned her into a human popsicle, and now she was dangerously close to a serious mishap. If she hadn't been focused on Shoji at that moment, she would have been convinced he was relaying her movements to Todoroki. Toru held a dart in her palm, her eyes fixed on the bulky classmate standing just a few feet away from her. This was the weapon Shin had given her after she accepted the task of taking Shoji down. Apparently, one shot would incapacitate him in under a minute. But that shot was all she had. If she missed, the chances of a reversal were slim to none. Shoji, on the other hand, remained unaware of the watchful gaze tracking his every move. He had decided to infiltrate the bomb room via the rooftop. This way, I can slip past the battle on the middle floor, he thought. He didn't want to take chances by joining the fray, especially since Todoroki was clearly struggling against Shin. Joining the fight might not help at all. He remembered how Shin still had a powerful lightning ability at his disposal. No one liked admitting their weaknesses, but Shoji had to acknowledge that he would be a sitting duck if Shin directed a lightning beam at him. He sighed as he moved away from the entrance and toward the side of the building. Seems like my body won't be strong enough against actual villains. I'll need to look into getting some support gear after this. All Might, watching from the control room, nodded in satisfaction. Young Shoji truly understood the purpose of this exercise. On the surface, today's battle training was designed to give the students a feel for a real villain infiltration mission, but experienced heroes could see that there was more to it. The hidden purpose was to help the students recognize where they needed to improve. Everyone had weaknesses, even him. No one was omnipotent. As the few students who successfully made it into UA's hero course, it was natural to feel a bit arrogant. Whether they showed it or not, every person who received an acceptance letter had a hint of that emotion in their hearts. This battle training was meant to humble them. All Might briefly scanned the students present in the room. Some were doubting themselves, some were reflecting, and others shone with determination. Toshinori felt there was no need for pointers or words of encouragement at that moment. Some things needed to be faced and resolved on their own. Only when they were about to slip up would he step in. This was the mentality of a good teacher. Or at least that's what the book said. Toshinori caressed the small book in his back pocket thoughtfully. I should probably buy volume 2. Meanwhile, the rest of the students were huddled together, watching the ongoing elemental battle when suddenly, Mineta squinted in confusion. Hey! Momo sighed, a bit tired of his antics. Not now, Mineta. No, I'm serious this time. I believe you. Mineta scoffed. You clearly don't. He then asked, where is Hagakure? It was at that moment that the class remembered their invisible classmate. They had been so focused on Shin and Todoroki's intense battle that they had unconsciously overlooked the other two members. Well, we can see Shoji, but Hagakure. She's invisible after all, Mina commented. Sensei, Is there a heat sensor function? Momo asked. All Might was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Heat sensor? Was there anything like that in the manual? He quickly scanned the buttons on the control panel. Luckily, he spotted a prominent red button labeled Heat Sensor. Yes, there is, he said, tapping it. The monitor displayed noticeable changes, with an overlay of red appearing on the screens. Momo spoke with confidence. Her invisibility might hide her appearance, but it can't cover her body heat. Look at the red figure on the ground floor monitor. Hagakure-san is on a pole. Her confident demeanor shifted to confusion as she observed her classmate's unusual position. We were asked to battle, but you rebelled and started pole dancing? Momo suddenly felt like her worldview needed reconstruction. But who knew that the next scene would shock her even more? Toru let go of the pole, diving through the air like a sharp arrow. In the next moment, before anyone could react, she executed a fierce twirl, striking Shoji down with the momentum from her right foot. A dark metallic dart glinted in the sunlight as she moved with precision. The sudden action made everyone in the control room gasp. They couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the cheerful girl they had known just moments before. Why had she transformed into such a determined fighter? Shoji was taken aback by the unexpected ambush. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation that froze him in place. He instinctively looked up, only to see a sharp object descending toward him at incredible speed. Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't react in time. Seconds passed, but no pain came. Shoji glanced at the shattered dart on the concrete beside him and fell silent. He looked at the invisible girl with some annoyance. Isn't this just a class exercise? Why is everyone in this class so extreme? He asked. Toru blushed, staring at him with a flustered expression. If I told you it wasn't on purpose, would you believe me? Shoji quickly morphed a wing from his neck and swung it at her. A loud scream echoed, followed by a cracking sound against the building wall. Toru clutched her back, wincing in pain. Guess not. Seeing Shoji get up, Toru panicked. She had wasted her shot. Not only had she lost her only weapon, but she also lost the initiative. Her invisibility quirk was meant for stealth, and once the element of surprise was gone, it was gone for good. Staring into Shoji's fierce eyes, Toru realized he had no intention of sparing her. it. Understanding her chances were slim, she raised both hands above her head. Okay, you got me, she said, swinging the capture tape around to signal her surrender. You give up? Yeah. I'm not foolish. It's obvious what would happen if we fought one-on-one. Shoji knew she was right, but he felt a twinge of disappointment. These city folks really gave up easily. As someone who had often felt like an outcast due to his noticeable mutations, he had grown to disdain those who took their privileges for granted. They had it easy, never facing the contempt he had endured. They didn't have to worry about being targeted or losing their homes. Yet, despite his annoyance, he couldn't deny the envy he felt toward them. Sometimes he wondered why he couldn't have a normal quirk. How vibrant life could be. Lost in thought, Shoji bent down to pick up his capture tape before heading toward Hagakure. Just wrap it around my wrist. I'm not wearing any clothes right now. Huh? Not wearing clothes? In that moment, realization hit Shoji, and a flush crept across his face, even beneath his mask. He nodded, feeling uncomfortable, and was about to reach out to bind her when a glass shard suddenly flew at him like a rocket, grazing his neck. Ah! Shoji winced in pain, retreating a few steps. At that moment, Hagakure appeared before him like a ghost, crouching down and sweeping her foot to take him down. Bam! Shoji lost his balance and fell to the ground. The entire exchange took less than a minute, shocking both him and the rest of the class observing the confrontation. Their perception of the seemingly ordinary invisible girl began to shift. Tur was right. Even if the students didn't voice it, most had underestimated her as a threat. In the face of overwhelming strength, invisibility didn't seem like much. But after witnessing Hagakure's skills, they realized their previous thoughts had been naive. Agility, endurance, battle tactics. Hagakure clearly surpassed many of her peers in these areas. She should have been captured long ago, Yet here was Shoji on the ground for the second time that day. Shoji realized he had underestimated her. He held his neck, struggling to comprehend the situation, his mind racing. How had she concealed the glass from him? Wasn't she invisible? Drip. With his heightened senses, Shoji picked up the sound in the otherwise silent street. He focused on the conspicuous crimson puddle of blood beside Hagakure's left foot. Wasn't he the one injured? Why was she bleeding more than him? He stared at the glass shard, now stained red, and finally understood. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impaled yourself? Toru had embedded the glass fragment deep into her palm. Her invisibility quirk concealed her body perfectly, making her internal injuries the best hiding spot. Shoji could only stand there in shock as the reality of the situation settled in. What was wrong with this city girl? This was just a class exercise. I made a promise to that purple head upstairs, she said, determination in her eyes. And to myself, that I won't lose. So sorry for playing dirty, but I can't afford to run away right now. Shoji sighed and quickly composed himself. I see. Well, this time I won't be letting down my guard. Shoji's words faded as he watched the capture tape in Toru's hands swaying wildly in the air, disappearing into the distance. Shoji thought, what happened to not running away? If Toru could hear his thoughts, she would definitely pout and complain. Did she look that clueless? She had lost the initiative in battle once and somehow managed to pull off a second ambush out of sheer desperation. Although she had tricked him twice, Toru was still very much aware of her situation. Looking at her bruised and battered state, reminiscent of Midoriya's last appearance, Toru decisively packed her things and ran. Why should she wait for certain defeat? Back on the upper floors of the building, Shin stared at the ice shards in surprise. Although the scale of destruction was small compared to his own ice Djinn's ability, he admired the high schooler in front of him. After all, accomplishing such a feat at a young age should not be underestimated. If Shin hadn't wished for the battle experience of the former Djinn holders, he would definitely be behind the boy standing before him. Thinking of his smart decision, Shin couldn't help but mentally pat himself on the shoulder once more. You're ignoring me? He almost forgot about the candy cane. Shin focused part of his attention back on Todoroki while the rest wandered off. Todoroki noticed this, and his expression darkened the longer he looked. Why? This question caught Shin's attention. He slowly lowered the finger that had been playing with the ice spike beside him and looked straight into the heterochromatic eyes of the boy in front of him. His gaze radiated unrestrained indifference. Why would I take someone who isn't giving their all seriously? His cold tone stunned both Todoroki and All Might, who was listening in on the conversation. Shin didn't care about his classmates' unease and walked toward the shorter boy, stopping only when he was directly in front of him. Todoroki, it's been 10 minutes since this exercise began. With a single finger raised, Shin asked, give me one good reason why you've been wasting my time. In the corner of the control room, Bakugo stared at the Shin on the monitor with a dazed look. He couldn't hear the conversation between the two, but from the purple-haired boy's mannerisms and gestures, Katsuki suddenly recalled the day Shin had thoroughly disciplined him back in the hallways of Aldera. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat as he remembered the event, subtly glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed his embarrassing moment. At least no one here has seen my dark history. What was that, Bakugo? Kaminari asked. Mind your business, extra. You don't know anything. Shin looked at the teenager in front of him with a hint of pity. But at the end of the day, that was all, it was just a hint. He knew that suppressing himself like this would not only harm him but also implicate those around him the longer it went on. The faster he got over his trauma, the more advantage the hero side would have in future battles with Shigaraki and All For One. You hate your fire side so much? It's not mine. Oh, then whose is it? Your father's. Duh. Shin smiled helplessly. Does your father have control over the flames you produce? Or does your mother have control over the ice you've been launching at me all this while? Todoroki, I don't know what drama is going on at home, but there's one thing you should let sink in after today. A wave of fire erupted from Shin's body once more, the magnitude of the flames fierce and unrestrained. At this moment, Shin didn't care whether he left Todoroki with another scar or not. In battle, all that matters is your dedication. Anything else is just a distraction and should be considered secondary. If you can't even do this much, then you aren't worthy of becoming a hero. Shin's words were cold and direct, each sentence hitting like a punch to the chest. Shoto's pupils dilated, and his mind reeled. Was he wrong? Had he been wrong all this time? If so, what were all those years of training and resentment for? Just to be slapped in the face like this during his first serious battle? He couldn't let this Shin guy get to him. He was trying to mess with him again. He sent you, didn't he? Shin remained silent. Sure enough, the mind of a conspiracy theorist worked differently. Why did today feel longer than usual? Shin? Shin, you there? At Toru's sudden voice, Shin stopped talking with Todoroki and launched a flame attack at him. Yeah, I'm here. Haha, my sneak attack failed, Toru panted. He already knew that thanks to his Magoi sensing. Shin swung his sword at the incoming ice pillar thrown his way before responding calmly, well, let's move on to plan B. Roger eek. The sound of a crash echoed through the mic. Ah, boss, I have to go now. It's a bit unfair to be talking to one person while having an appointment with another. Shin thought, is this teammate really reliable? Toru ran down the damp hallways, sometimes taking advantage of the terrain to slide down the halls to boost her speed. Sensing danger approaching, Toru instinctively dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding contact with the thin pole aimed at her. She turned her head to face her attacker with an aggrieved look. I only slashed your throat, aren't you going too far? Shoji suddenly felt like his heightened senses were a huge drawback. Hearing this type of comment was a bit much for a simple guy like him. Without replying, he focused his attention back on catching up to her. Toru saw this and immediately started sliding down the hallway once more. Dashing up a flight of stairs once more, she wasn't in the best state. In fact, she was close to collapsing. If one could see her figure right now, the sight of those bruises and cuts would make anyone look away. Unlike Midoriya, her quirk did not grant her additional durability. It was only invisibility, nothing less, nothing more. All the blows she took during the previous confrontations with Shoji had taken a toll on her. She grit her teeth and continued to run down the halls in search of the last flight of stairs. Now that she thought about it, the building layout was very complicated. All Might had said that villains usually made their hideouts hard to navigate in case heroes attempted to launch an infiltration mission. She had to admit that this was a clever tactic for throwing people off. But why make her go through all this running? After they won this exercise, Shin owed her some milk tea. Shin was getting a bit tired of toying with his opponent. But when he locked gazes with those resentful eyes, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Shin sighed, guess rebirth has made me soft, huh? Don't worry, I'm not lacking money, Todoroki, he added. Shoto, on the other hand, did not believe him, and one couldn't blame him for it. Throughout his childhood, his father had tried to buy off people close to him to convince him to use his left side. Now seeing his new classmate trying the same thing brought back unwanted memories. Then why? Shoto asked, confusion evident on his face. Shin spoke bluntly, I just can't stand how pitiful you look. Pitiful? What did he mean by that? Seeing Shoto's confusion, Shin sighed as he sliced through another ice pillar. You know, you're very contradictory. You talk about how you want to reject your father, when in reality, you're just rejecting yourself. Quirks belong solely to a specific individual. If your father could have your ice, then do you really think there would be a need to bother with you? You wish to break free, but at the end of the day, you became SLV to your own ideology. Shin paused. If that isn't pitiful, then I don't know what is. His words struck a chord. Shoto could only stand there, staring blankly at his classmate. He remembered his mother's fearful face as she looked down at him, the boiling water that had scalded him without hesitation, all because his left side reminded her of that man. And you want me to use that man's power? A sharp slap echoed through the hallway, instantly silencing everything. Shoto remained still, the stinging pain on his cheek felt as hot as ever. Shin slowly lowered his palm. Todoroki, it's your quirk, is it not? Shoto raised his eyes and looked into those golden orbs. Do you want to be a hero? A hero? He remembered thinking, All Might is so cool. Okay-san, can I be like him too? Of course, Shoto. Shoto pursed his lips, his voice a bit shaky. Yes. I do. Shin smiled. Actions speak louder than words, Todoroki. Like a switch was flipped, unrestrained streams of flames and ice erupted. In the middle of the chaos, Shoto showed a long-lost smile. You know, in this state, all my drawbacks are practically non-existent. Shouldn't you be worried? Shin smiled helplessly at the brat's reminder and joked, Don't get cocky. The final outcome of the battle is still unknown. With that, Shin powered up his flames, the intensity on a much more devastating level than before. The sight thoroughly shocked Shoto. His lips twitched. This guy was going easy on me the whole time. Seeing his ice melting at a rapid pace, Shoto's confidence wavered. But since things had gone this far, he couldn't back down now. He grit his teeth and went all out, giving his all in this final attack. Shin did not disappoint and also released his flames at Shoto. Two elemental forces clashed. The atmosphere was tense, but at that moment, Shin uttered some unexpected words that threw Shoto off. Hagakure, jump now. Huh. Toru stood on the rooftop with shaky legs. Her breathing was uneven, and her eyes looked dull. Shoji, standing on the opposite side, could clearly hear her weak breaths. You can't move anymore. He had to admit that this girl truly shocked him. Even now that she was on the verge of collapse, she still refused to back down. It made him realize that perhaps his earlier views were a bit biased. Even after leaving the slums and moving to the city, the people here were more accepting of mutant quirks than back home. Of course, there were still many who held prejudices, but there were also some good ones out there just like his current classmates. Let's stop, all right? Shoji sighed and proceeded to walk toward her, the capture tape in hand. Toru smiled helplessly. Ever since she got her quirk, people had always advised her to give up. She wanted to be a hero too, darn it. Seeing Shoji getting closer, Toru's heart raced. Was she really going to lose? After everything? To be honest, she really couldn't accept it. She didn't want to, and that's why. Hagakure, jump now. When Shin's command came in, she obeyed without hesitation. Shoji's eyes widened at the sight of her movements. He ran forward with a speed he didn't know was possible and desperately stretched his hand toward her. Sorry, Shoji-kun, but I want to win. Toru's eyes had always been sharp. Once there was an opening, she would never let it slip by easily. She quickly took out her capture tape and wrapped it around his wrist. Toru dove through the air. At the sight of the scenery below, her heart raced. She secretly complained about her stubborn nature. But alas, it was too late to regret. Boom! Just as she lamented her short-lived life, a loud explosion erupted. She quickly closed her eyes, trying not to let the incoming flames consume her. Toru truly thought she was finished this time but was caught off guard when she was brought into a tight embrace. As Shin, the color scheme was different, but those striking facial features were the same. Shin smiled fondly at the girl in his arms, still surprised that she actually listened to him. You did good. Hearing the sudden praise, Toru felt like all her efforts were worth it. Exhaustion seeped into her bones, and her vision became hazy. Before everything went dark, she managed to see the figure of Todoroki slowly slump to the ground. Villain team wins. Hearing this, Toru finally relaxed. She closed her eyes with a contented smile on her lips. Todoroki stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The scent of disinfectants filled the air, and the stark white room felt overwhelming. He glanced down at his cast and let out a long sigh. So I used my fireside, huh? Now that the adrenaline had faded, Shoto could think clearly. He recalled the exhilarating moment when he finally unleashed his flames. Why? Why did he feel both guilty and happy at the same time? Was he making the right choice? These flames had once driven his mother to madness and had even taken his elder brother's life. Is it really okay to use them? Don't think so hard, you'll get wrinkles early, came a voice from the side. Shoto turned his head sharply, wincing at the pain that shot through his neck. Shin. Yup. Shin replied casually, taking a bite of an apple he had peeled. Noticing the confusion on Todoroki's face, he felt the need to clarify. You're in the infirmary. You lost. Shoto sighed. I know. To me. Now, Shoto was seriously questioning whether Shin was just here to gloat. To someone whose quirk only awakened a year ago. Shoto's eyes widened in disbelief. A year ago? Was that even possible? Hard to believe, but it's true, Shin said, dropping the knife onto the tray and reaching for another slice of apple. I know your quirk might be a sensitive topic, but at the end of the day, if you can save a life with it, he said, playfully offering the fruit to Shoto, isn't that what truly matters? Todoroki fell silent, letting his classmates' words sink in. Shin noticed and felt he had made his point. After spending time with Shoto, he had come to understand him better. He was a bit impulsive but not unreasonable. If you spoke logically and he wasn't in an emotional state, it was possible to reason with him. That's why Shin decided not to push too hard. After all, he had already succeeded in getting Shoto to use his fire side once. All he needed was a little encouragement. Shin. Yeah. Thank you. Shin smiled softly. No problem, Frosty. I ship it. The warm atmosphere was interrupted by those 3 words. Both boys turned to see Toru waving her bandaged hands in the air, doing a silly dance. With Shin's enhanced senses, he could make out her silhouette. Speak less, he said, playfully smacking her head. Don't you know how to be gentle with a girl? Shin smirked. I do. Then. Exactly what I mean. I'm only gentle with girls. Shin. Haha. Todoroki watched the two bicker, a rare smile forming on his face. He looked out the window, and for the first time in 11 years, the world seemed bright. Meanwhile, Midoriya had just finished his first lecture with Recovery Girl and was making his way back to class. He sighed, lamenting his situation. I missed all the noon lessons. Aizawa-sensei is going to be so mad. Oh well, as long as he didn't bring up the expulsion threat again, Izuku felt he could handle anything. A few moments later he found himself standing in front of the Class 1A door. Thinking of Bakugo's piercing gaze, he hesitated before opening it. The once noisy classroom fell silent upon his entry but soon erupted again. Deku-kun, you're back. Uraraka exclaimed. Your punch was as cool as ever, she said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Feeling her intense gaze, Midoriya's face turned beet red. As expected of you, Midoriya, Ida added with a proud smile. If one didn't know better, they might think he had just won a competition. Seeing Ida's fatherly demeanor, Izuku smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Ida-kun. Huh. His words faltered as he noticed the empty seat. Panic washed over him. Ida-kun, Uraraka-san. Where is Kaken? Bakugo? He left. We tried to stop him, but he didn't listen. Deku-kun, where are you going? Uraraka watched in confusion as her green-haired friend suddenly dashed down the hall. Don't mind him. I think he and Bakugo have some things to sort out, Ida comforted. Yeah. Meanwhile, the greenette in question was so busy running down a flight of stairs that he had no time to think of anything else. His childhood friend's words during the hero training exercise still lingered in his mind. Hey, you were deceiving me, right? No, he didn't. You were enjoying it, huh? No, Kaken, I wasn't. All he wanted was to be able to walk shoulder to shoulder with his friend once more, but from the looks of it, he just made things worse. As for why he was in such a hurry to talk things out with Kaken, for some reason, Izuku had a nagging feeling that if he let Kaken walk through the gates of UA without settling things with him today, things between them would never be the same again. He would lose him. He didn't know how he knew this, but he was certain of it. It was because of this feeling that, as soon as he saw the figure of the blonde, he screamed with all his might, Kaken! Ha! Bakugo halted, slowly turning his head to face him. Emerald orbs met scarlet ones. They both stood silent for a while, each lost in their own complex thoughts. They were so deep into it that the group watching from the school entrance surprisingly went unnoticed by the two. Alas, love is harder than fighting villains, Shin thought to himself. Oh yeah, where is Kaminari? He suddenly remembered the blonde who said he would hang out with them after school. Hearing his question, Kirishima showed a wry smile. He said Uraraka made his heart race, so he plans to make her take responsibility. Shin. Sure enough, the blonde was hopeless. He couldn't be saved. Staring at the UA entrance gate, the middle-aged woman stood frozen for a while. Just the price of the gate alone made her shudder. And to think her son attended such a school. Megumi thought back to her once quirkless child, and the frustration in her heart could hardly be suppressed. That white-eyed wolf. This old lady carried you for 9 months, and you don't even repay her? Thinking of all her hard work over the years, Megumi felt aggrieved. The picture of Shin's fearless face as he signed the papers and walked out of the house resurfaced in her mind. Sure enough, her second child truly inherited his father's genes. No wonder he had gotten bolder. Turns out he had already awakened his quirk. If not, how else could he be so fearless? The feeling of being tricked by someone she looked down on made her uncomfortable. It was like the little employee you used to bully at work suddenly becoming your boss the next day. The abrupt change of class would be hard for anyone to accept. Hinami in the back seat was a little hesitant. "Mom, I don't think this is a good idea." Unlike her parents, Hinami had a better sense of intuition. Just from the look her elder brother gave her after he found out she was the one to spread the news of him being kicked out, Hinami knew that the chances of him forgiving her were dangerously thin. If it was before, Shin would ignore her but definitely not leave her to suffer when in trouble. But now, Hinami had a vague feeling that his heart would remain indifferent no matter what happened to her. This revelation made her panic a bit. It would have been fine if Shin was still a quirkless nobody. But who was he now? He was this year's UA top scorer. The world's #1 hero school. From the moment he became a student here, his future achievements were beyond doubt. It was estimated that he and her family would never be from the same world again. Moreover, she was well aware of how much the Kobayashi family had wronged Shin over the years. If she were in his place, Hinami knew for sure that once she had gained enough influence, she would never let them go. Since this was the case, why did Shin not retaliate against them? Hinami tapped her fingers on the car's seat repeatedly. Perhaps he still has a soft spot for us? She looked out her window. She saw her big brother talking to a red-headed boy with a gentle smile plastered on his lips and fell into thought. It must be so. After all, Shin had always craved family affection. How could he have the heart to retaliate against them? The more she thought of it, the more she felt it made sense. A smug smile bloomed on her lips, and her gaze became eager. "Mom, let's go down and see Big Brother. Be sure to be gentle and don't." Just as her palm touched the car door, the air grew heavy. The temperature dropped by several degrees, and their spines shivered collectively. Beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. For what felt like hours, Hinami finally managed to take a glance at her mother beside her, only to realize that she had already passed out. The sense of suffocation grew heavier, and her sight began to blur. Before everything went dark, the picture of familiar cold amber eyes peering over her was all she could see. At the entrance gate of UA, 2 boys with distinct hair colors walked side by side. Kirishima was talking with Shin about today's battle training results when a sense of uneasiness washed over him. "Did you feel that?" Shin's expression froze for half a second before returning to normal, his smile even gentler than before. "What was that?" "Never mind. Must be nothing." In the dark bedroom, long purple hair was spread across the bedsheets. Defined facial features were bathed in the light of the moon. Amber eyes that usually carried a faint sense of indifference were now filled with unease. He remained motionless for a while before eventually adjusting his position to lie on his side. A low sigh escaped his lips. "I should have been more careful." The scene of what occurred at the UA entrance gate flashed in his mind once more. Just as he had bypassed Midoriya and Bakugo, who were in the middle of an emotional showdown, he caught a glimpse of a group of people he had long forgotten his predecessor's family members. What these individuals, who clearly had no business with UA, were doing there was obvious. Just one glance at his little sister revealed the greed in their eyes. Honestly, the sight of these people really irritated him. Although he wasn't the original Shin, he had still lived with them for quite a while after taking over this body. During that time, Shin experienced a degrading life that only deepened his pity for his predecessor. That poor boy had been pushed to the brink by his own family. In Shin's eyes, the Kobayashi family was no different from a villain group, perhaps even worse. Most villains had the benefit of the doubt due to how society failed them, but the Kobayashi family did not. There was no tragic backstory, no mental illness, no unexpected plot twist, just the cruel result of a family with depressingly low moral standards. That was why, when he saw them in the car that evening, it was hard to suppress his annoyance. Without much hesitation, he let out a wave of intimidation toward the two in the front seats. This was possible due to Shin's inheritance of the former Djinn holders' memories. Although most of the former holders appeared to be good people, it couldn't be denied that the weight of the blood they shed in their lifetimes was heavy. Even though Shin had never taken a life, the memories allowed him to experience that feeling. Perhaps this was the downside of inheriting their memories? Sometimes it was hard to distinguish what was real and what was not. Just like an actor who immerses himself in a role, one can lose hold of their own reality. He only intended to scare off the mother-daughter pair in the car but did not expect to attract Kirishima's attention. Shin was sure that he had only directed it at those two and not anyone else, yet unexpectedly, his red-headed friends still picked up on it. This made him confused for a while. However, it also made him realize something. Kirishima's instincts were keener than he had expected. Probably because of the villain incident that occurred during his middle school? Well, no matter, this wasn't a bad thing. At least he would be able to sense dangers ahead of time. Thinking of this, Shin finally relaxed, closed his eyes, and welcomed the drowsiness. Man, those reporters are crazy. Looking at the redhead who was panting heavily as he weakly adjusted his rumpled uniform, Shin couldn't help but smile. What happened to your keen instincts? Did you know I spent so much time hyping you up last night? Yesterday's relief was quickly washed away and replaced with a hint of playful blame. Kirishima just happened to raise his head at that moment and saw Shin's reaction. Kirishima looked puzzled. What did I do this time? Before he could ask further, Mina entered the room. Kirishima, I saw how those reporters swarmed you. His face heated up in embarrassment. Not funny, Mina. Yeah, it was crazy. I felt like some kind of celebrity, Toru chimed in. The kind with low visibility. Without even looking back, Toru knew who that jab came from. Shin, kneel for me. Seeing the floating school uniform getting closer, Shin quickly fled his seat. Get back here, you coward. Todoroki, sitting in the back row, watched the two with a calm expression, as if everything was as expected. He calmly lifted his thermos and took a sip of the green tea his sister prepared for him. If one looked closely, they might see the faint image of a monk seemingly overlapping with his figure. Aizawa's lips twitched at the sight of the three. Weren't they just at each other's throats yesterday? How did they suddenly turn into best friends within a few hours? Sure enough, teens are strange. He let out a long and tired sigh, successfully getting the attention of the class without much effort. All right, settle down. Let's review yesterday's battle exercises. With just this sentence, the whole atmosphere became tense. Aizawa paid no mind to their unease and shuffled through the documents in his hand. I looked at the video clips and your test scores. Needless to say, the majority of you did well. I'm glad. The students' faces visibly brightened, and the gloomy atmosphere dissipated somewhat. But there were still a few who went overboard. The dark shadow over their heads re-emerged. Bakugo, you launched an explosion that even villains wouldn't dare to unleash so boldly. And at a comrade, no less. Aizawa peered down at the unruly blonde. Honestly, after seeing this scene last night, Shota wanted to expel him on the spot. But, coincidentally, just as he crossed out the name from his register, he received a call from Nizu. As expected, the madman already knew his plans and called to advise him against it. From that point, Bakugo's actions were undeniably wrong. No matter what excuses were given, he should not be allowed to keep his seat at UA. Just when Aizawa thought Nizu would give him an excuse to let the brat stay, the Chimera surprisingly did not follow the script. Instead, he asked a simple question. What if he becomes a villain after expulsion? This was enough to stop Aizawa in his tracks. Without saying anything more, he ended the call and continued to watch the footage in a daze. The ferocious face on the monitor instantly overlapped with the calm face in front of him. The two Bakugos exuded completely different airs. Aizawa felt helpless at this. It seemed that Bakugo had already reflected on his actions, but Shota felt he couldn't be too lenient on this matter. One wrong move back then, and Midoriya most likely wouldn't be sitting here now. The board has discussed this matter and has decided not to expel you. Katsuki's clenched fist under the table relaxed slightly. But if this happens again, UA would have no choice but to let you go, as well as place a banning order on you. The mention of a banning order shocked even the rest of the class. A banning order. Midoriya murmured, his lips quivering. He understood the gravity of the situation. With such an order in place, no hero school in Japan would dare to accept Bakugo. The idea of seeking refuge in foreign hero schools was just a dream. With UA's prestige, no institution would risk offending them for a boy with an unstable personality. This order felt like a permanent halt to one's hero career. Midoriya expected Kaken to protest against this decision. After all, anyone would find it hard to accept. But surprisingly, the blonde sitting in front of him simply raised his head and nodded, understood. This calm demeanor caught Izuku off guard. He looked at Bakugo with a confused expression, realizing he didn't know him as well as he thought. You have talent. That's undeniable. I just hope you channel it in the right direction, Aizawa said, turning his attention to the freckled brunette, Midoriya. Izuku instantly fidgeted in his seat. Aizawa let out a tired sigh, finished with a busted arm and an unexpected coma to boot. He glanced at the boy who had his head down, seemingly awaiting punishment. At least he was self-aware. You won. Izuku raised his head, clearly surprised by this comment. You won, but can this really be called a win? Being beaten to the point of collapse? Going into a coma after using your quirk just once? I won't let you use your inability to control your quirk as an excuse forever. Midoriya bowed his head even lower. But then again, once you fix that, you can achieve more. Midoriya's eyes widened at the sudden encouragement. Seeing his sparkling eyes, Aizawa couldn't help but soften a little. Feel the urgency, Midoriya? Yes, sensei. Izuku exclaimed. For the first time, he looked at his shabby-looking teacher and felt that maybe he wasn't so bad after all. Aizawa shifted his focus to the two other students. He locked eyes with Shin, who nervously avoided his gaze, like a child aware of their mistakes. Shota felt a hint of amusement. Unlike the other students, he had clearly heard the conversation between Shin and Todoroki during their battle. Initially, he was annoyed by how Shin dragged out the fight, not taking the exercise seriously. But after hearing the full story, his irritation faded. Sure, the exercise was important, but helping a friend was even more so. I believe you two have sorted everything out, correct? Todoroki was taken aback by his sensei's words. He and Shin exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Good. Aizawa set down the document in his hand and looked at the rest of the class. Now on to homeroom business. This might be sudden, but I want you all to. The class felt a sense of foreboding, their backs straightening unconsciously. Another special test? Choose a class president. Finally, something school. Aizawa observed the expressions of his students, which shifted every few seconds, and fell into deep thought. Am I scary? Present Mike, passing by, couldn't help but pause. Midnight chuckled. Zun, have you ever wondered why you rarely get assigned to children's rescue missions? Mike chimed in, one kid even preferred the villain over you, revealing Aizawa's less-than-stellar history. Aizawa sighed, never mind. I shouldn't have asked. 0 points. Ida stared at his vote count in disbelief. He had anticipated this outcome, but seeing the results was still disheartening. He voted for someone else? Yaoyorozu wondered, puzzled by Ida's reaction. It was clear he wanted the position badly. What was he thinking? She had no idea. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her attention back to the board. Jin 6 votes. Midoriya 3 votes. Yaoyorozu 2 votes. Seeing her name at the bottom, Momo managed a bittersweet smile. Well, at least someone acknowledged my efforts, she reassured herself, glancing at the two boys on the podium. Okay, so Shin is president, Aizawa announced. Momo watched as Shin, who had drawn attention since his enrollment, gave a short bow to the class. His every move radiated a warm and inviting aura. She finally understood why Mina and Uraraka would sing his praises whenever his name came up. Thank you for voting for me. I promise to be a comrade you can come to any time you want to skip Mike Sensei's English class. All hail the president. President Shin, I will follow you for life. My life belongs to you. In less than a minute he had gathered a line of loyal followers. Momo's lips twitched. Just kidding, but thanks anyway. I'll do my best in this role. Aizawa rolled his eyes at the cheeky boy. Vice President is Midoriya. Instantly, all eyes turned to the shorter boy beside Shin. Izuku felt the weight of their stares and shrank back. The sudden silence created an awkward atmosphere. His legs felt weak, and he struggled to breathe. Why was it always like this? He tried to speak, but no words came out. He realized that nothing had changed. Even with All Might's quirk, he was still the same Deku. Just as he was about to take a shaky step back, he felt a reassuring pat on his back. I remember Midoriya used to have a nickname back in middle school. Izuku froze at Shin's words. But after a moment his shock faded. Who would miss such a chance to gloat, especially after everything he had done to him? Izuku had lost count of the times he had secretly targeted Shin. Dikairu, right? Your nickname. Actually, it was Deku. It suits you. I'm sure you can do it. He watched as Shin turned to the class and bowed again. Midoriya isn't very good with social interactions, but he's a hard worker. Please go easy on him. It's alright, Mido bro. Yeah, it's alright. Vice Rep, just take your time. Izuku stared blankly at the purple-haired boy beside him. Why help him after everything he had done? As if sensing his gaze, Shin turned to him, their eyes locking. No words were exchanged. He simply offered a gentle smile. Sometimes words were meaningless. That smile conveyed more than words ever could. Izuku bowed his head, feeling his eyes well up. Endless shame flooded his heart, threatening to consume him. All this time, he had viewed Shin as a threat. No, it was more like a virus. Yet, it was undeniable that this virus was the only one who had ever stepped forward to lend him a hand. Every time Shin saw him being bullied at school, he would stand in front of him without hesitation. He only stopped when Izuku's rejection reached its peak. Thinking back, Shin must have noticed that. That's why he distanced himself, right? With a hoarse voice, he muttered, "Thank you." He felt Shin pat his back once more. This time, unlike back in Aldra, Izuku did not push him away. In the lunch rush cafeteria, Shin took a bite of his burger, a happy smile on his face. "Man, are you sure you're Japanese?" Kirishima remarked, noticing that Shin never chose any Japanese options for lunch. His meals consisted mostly of burgers, steak, chicken, and anything non-Asian. Shin smiled but said nothing. Kirishima was correct, but it wasn't that he was purposely avoiding them, he just stuck to what he knew best. In his past life, Shin was of mixed race, half American and half Japanese. His Japanese side was limited to anime and music. He was thankful that his mother had insisted he learn the language, otherwise, his transition wouldn't have been so smooth. The thought of learning a language while maintaining the act of being the original Shin exhausted him. "You kinda have that American vibe like All Might," Mina commented, sipping her milkshake. Shin always found All Might's aesthetic confusing. Clearly, he was Japanese, but he appeared more American than anything else. Even his smashes were named after American states. But although Shin found it a bit odd, he never commented on it. After all, America and Japan shared a strong bond in this world, and All Might played a significant role in that. Because of this, he and every citizen enjoyed the benefits of the alliance between the two countries. Well, I guess. Security 3 has been broken. All students evacuate to the rooftop. What? Kaminari's chopsticks froze midair. What is Security 3? Siro asked a group of upperclassmen at the opposite table. The rest of Class 1A perked up, still new and unaware of the security drills. "It means someone broke into campus," a dark-haired senior said anxiously. "It's the first time in 3 years this is happening. You should hurry." With that, he dashed toward the cafeteria exit. Just like that, 1 became 2, and the number of students fleeing for their lives increased by the second. Before anyone could blink, a massive crowd formed a blockade in the passageway. "Don't push me." "Wait, I'm going to fall." "I said don't push me." "Ouch. What is happening all of a sudden?" Uraraka exclaimed, feeling cramped between 2 other students. "Fitting for a top school?" "The reaction is quick," Ida praised. "Not the time, Ida-kun," Midoriya replied, trying to focus. Before Izuku could say more, he was pushed aside by the crowd. The sting on his cheek annoyed him, and his face was practically pressed against the window. But this position gave him a clear view of the chaos outside. What's going on? The press. He spotted Aizawa-sensei and Present Mike attempting to manage the throng of reporters. In that moment, Izuku recalled the security features of the UA gate that All Might had told him about. Wow, even the gate is enormous. Just as expected from the school you attended, All Might. Midoriya, this gate is not only large but also serves as the first line of defense for the campus, All Might explained. Once any unauthorized person steps foot on UA grounds, it automatically sets off the alarms. That's it. The press triggered the alarms. Realizing this, he tried to inform those around him, but his words barely registered. Being shorter than everyone else made it difficult for him to get their attention. They were too busy trying to escape to notice anything else. Midoriya's heart raced at the sight. What am I going to do now? Shin. The familiar purple-haired figure came into view. At the sound of his name, Shin turned to look at Izuku, his eyes widening in surprise. The press. It's the press. Izuku shouted, though his voice was lost in the crowd. Shin understood from Izuku's lips, already aware of the situation. He knew that if he just sat there, he would attract attention. Niza would definitely review the security footage later, and he didn't want to be seen calmly enjoying his meal while everyone else was panicking. So, Shin decided to follow the crowd. Now that Midoriya had grasped the situation, it was time to act. He charged Falcoler's wind magic to his feet and levitated above the crowd. Raising his hands, he clapped together, creating a shockwave that caught everyone's attention. Looking down at the anxious students, Shin felt his irritation fade. They were just kids, after all. It was natural to react this way upon hearing news of a potential villain attack. If he hadn't experienced the previous Djinn holders' challenges, he might have reacted just like them. Remember, the hero course is just one of many at UA. There are also support, general studies, and business. What do those have to do with facing villains? A quick scan of the crowd revealed that the third-year hero students were absent. Noticing this made it hard to remain frustrated with their crisis management skills. Everyone calm down. It's just the press, Shin pointed toward the window. They accidentally set off the alarms while looking for All Might. Those who were skeptical began to check the window for confirmation. He's right. It's just the press. Thank goodness. They're so annoying. Look at my hair now. I think I lost my glasses. The crowd began to relax, and though only a few minutes had passed, it felt like an eternity. After a moment of chatter, they quieted down and turned back to Shin, their eyes asking, "What do we do now?" Shin sighed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. How did I become a father figure all of a sudden? So many sons and daughters. With a resigned sigh, he began to guide them back to the cafeteria. Minutes passed, and finally, the last group exited. The whole ordeal took about 20 minutes. Shin suspected that his rebirth had increased his patience significantly. Never mind, let's just get back to that burger. But just as his feet touched the ground, the lunch bell rang. Man, that was the most nerve-wracking lunch of my life. Tell me about it. Now we have to suffer through English. Kill me now. Watching his classmates leave the lunch hall with full bellies, Shin fell silent for a moment. Toru, noticing his expression, couldn't help but laugh. Karma always finds a way. Shin sighed, realizing that she was indeed the source of his misfortune. Izuku looked at his dejected friend beside him, unsure whether to laugh or cry. To think this guy actually created a whole seating arrangement for the bus ride. Ida-kun, I think your seating plan was really good. As expected of you, Midoriya. What? Even after my blunder, you still try your best to protect my self-esteem, Ida sighed. I have to admit it. You are better than me. Izuku thought to himself, no, you think too much. Kirishima watched the scene unfold, left speechless. Wasn't it just a bus ride? Why did this feel more dramatic than the recent K-drama Mina was obsessed with? He silently turned his gaze to the window. Outside, the vast scenery of UA's grounds stretched endlessly. Looking at the lush greenery, Kirishima had to admit that UA was truly impressive. Sometimes he wondered how he even got accepted in the first place. With classmates like Shin, Todoroki, and Bakugo, his hardening quirk felt somewhat lackluster. Even Midoriya's quirk seemed flashier, despite the fact that it often caused him harm. From what Shin had told him, Kirishima understood that Midoriya's current state was only temporary. Once he learned to control his power, he would definitely rank alongside Bakugo and Todoroki. And if Kirishima was being honest, Midoriya's quirk had a resemblance to All Might's. I always speak my mind, Azui, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up. Seeing that she had captured the attention of most people on the bus, she continued, Midoriya-kun, your quirk is like All Might's. Kirishima thought, well, I guess he wasn't the only one to notice that. Midoriya instantly became a fidgeting mess, his words tumbling out in a flurry. Kirishima couldn't help but interject. Wait a sec, Azui-chan. Call me Tsu. Ah, right, Tsu-chan. All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his quirk. Kirishima leaned his head against the window. They just kind of look the same. Azui considered his explanation and nodded, realizing it made sense. After all, it was unlikely for two people to have the same quirk. Unless they were related? Related? She studied Midoriya closely. Green hair, pale skin, small build, freckles. Impossible, she concluded firmly. What was that, Isu-chan? And that stutter? Absolutely impossible. She shook her head, nothing. Seeing her lose interest in the topic, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. But little did he know, Azui wasn't finished yet. After the conversation faded, she turned her attention to another subject. What is Shin's quirk? This question piqued everyone's interest. The class exchanged confused glances, unsure of the answer, before turning to Kirishima once more. Feeling their curious gazes, the redhead shrugged. You already asked during the battle training. I don't know. Azui frowned at that. Those two had been inseparable since school started. How could he not know his quirk? She shifted her gaze to the tall figure with purple hair in the front seat. Shin? Numerous eyes landed on him, but to their surprise, he did not acknowledge them. Momo, seated beside Shin, offered an awkward smile. She brought a finger to her lips. He's sleeping. Oh, Azui said, disappointment crossing her face, but she obediently dropped the matter. But man, it must be nice to have a simple augmenting type quirk, Kirishima sighed. You get to do so many cool moves with them. Unlike mine. Although his last comment was somewhat muffled, Izuku, sitting right beside him, heard it clearly. I think yours is really cool. It's a quirk that could totally pass as a pro. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to list various ways Eijiro's quirk could be adapted. Overwhelmed by the unfiltered compliments, Kirishima could only cough awkwardly. Thanks, man. Unlike the rest of the noisy bus, the front seat was unusually quiet. Shin lazily opened one eye and glanced at Momo. You're not going to ask why? Momo threw him a faint look. You must have your reasons. Shin smiled. Smart. At the USJ training facility, Uraraka's cheeks flushed red upon seeing her idol. Oh my god, it's 13. It's really the space hero. Izuku, like the majority of the class, was awestruck by 13's presence. Shin didn't think their reactions were exaggerated. After moving out of the Kobayashi home and into his new residence, he had ample time to research Japan's top pro heroes. 13 often appeared in his recommendations. Her quirk, black hole, was a rare space affinity quirk. Beyond that, her gentlemanly demeanor was well received by the public. But what truly made her stand out was her rescue efficiency. For many citizens who had faced villain attacks, what fostered their love for a hero was not their battle skills but their ability to provide reassurance. This was evident during Eri's rescue arc. Although both Izuku and Mirio were present, Eri felt a stronger attachment to Mirio. Victims often bond more with those who shield them in their time of need. Everyone, I'm sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole? I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. You've saved so many people from all kinds of disasters with it. Izuku added, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Yes, but it is also a power that can be dangerous. The mood instantly turned serious. Even Kaminari calmed down, giving 13 his full attention. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? Due to the strict regulation of quirks in today's society, issues like this don't arise often, but 13 stepped forward, addressing the class. Never forget that with one wrong step, a life can be taken. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you are now aware of the possibilities that your quirks possess. With All Might's battle training exercise, I'm sure you have experienced the dangers of those powers against others. My class will be a fresh start. From now on, you will learn to use your quirks to save people's lives. Because at the end of the day, rescue is the foundation of a true hero. That is all, thank you for listening. After 13 finished her speech, the class cheered as they walked into the USJ Dome. The atmosphere felt electric, like that of an idol concert. However, Shin was not in the mood for excitement. He stared intently at the fountain, his expression serious. This caught Todoroki's attention, and he instinctively tensed. What's the matter? He asked. Todoroki, create an ice barrier. Shin's command surprised both Todoroki and the others around them. Despite Shoto's confusion, the urgency in Shin's voice made it clear that something was wrong. With a swift motion, an ice barricade formed. Hey, Icy Hot, what's going on? Bakugo shouted from the back. Todoroki shrugged, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Suddenly, the lights surrounding the USJ facility flickered and then exploded, drawing the attention of Aizawa and 13. Aizawa felt a wave of unease wash over him as he focused on the fountain. The water began to ripple, and a purple mist emerged from its center. One by one, figures radiating hostility stepped through the portal. Hey sensei, who are those? Uraraka asked, peeking out from behind the ice barrier, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Izuku, curious, tried to move closer but was held back by Shin. Do not move. Those are villains, Aizawa declared. The students froze in shock. Villains? This couldn't be real. Was this another test? Eraserhead? 13? A lazy voice echoed through the air. Where is All Might? Could it be that the schedule was wrong? Aizawa glared at the group below him. So, the trespassing the other day was your doing? The man with hands covering his face continued to complain, seemingly ignoring Aizawa. And after I went through so much trouble preparing this for him. He sighed dramatically. Well then. He looked up at the podium, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I wonder, will he come if we harm some kids? The students quickly realized this was no test. They were facing real villains. Villains? Uraraka gasped as she watched the crowd approach the podium. Sensei, this is just a test, right? Aizawa noticed the panic on his students' faces and felt the weight of responsibility increase tenfold. Handling this many villains while protecting his students was a daunting task. Midoriya, sensing his teacher's distress, spoke up. Sensei, let us help. No. But you can't face all those villains alone. Aizawa shot a glance at Midoriya before adjusting his goggles. Remember this, Midoriya, a hero never has just one trick up their sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, he secured capture tape around the poles of the podium. The class watched in awe as Aizawa leaped into action, fearlessly confronting the villains. Below, a slender woman with floating gray hair looked unimpressed. Didn't they say All Might would be here? Who is that? A villain with fingers like pistols sneered. Not sure, but if he thinks he can take us all by himself, he's a fool. Before he could finish, his head met the ground with a thud. The other villains quickly realized something was wrong. What's happening? Why can't I use my quirk? I can't. Be. A short, orange-haired villain stared wide-eyed at the shaggy hero before him. Eraser head. Wow. Wow indeed. Aizawa-sensei is so cool. Look how he took out all those villains in one move. The students were in awe of their teacher's impressive display. If it had been All Might, it wouldn't have been as surprising. But seeing Aizawa, who usually seemed indifferent, perform so spectacularly was striking. Even Bakugo couldn't help but glance at him. It would be better with some explosions, he muttered. Uraraka, standing beside him, remained speechless. However, unlike the rest of the class, Shin remained on high alert. He understood that Aizawa's advantage wouldn't last long. Midoriya's analysis was spot on. Aizawa's quirk wasn't suited for prolonged battles. Without the support of a physical ability, the tide of battle could quickly turn. Shin knew he had to act fast. Everyone, hurry to the front entrance. Suddenly, the area darkened as purple mist enveloped the ice barrier, swallowing them in shadows. Kurogyari observed the group of students with 13 and felt a sense of fatigue. Why was Shigaraki so intent on making a spectacle? Wouldn't it have been better to confront All Might privately, away from so many minors? This was distasteful even for him. He had meticulously mapped out the number one hero's favorite patrol routes, and ambushing him had been easier than expected. But Shigaraki had refused to do it quietly. The reason? Apparently, it would be cowardly to do so. Kurogyari let out a small sigh at the thought of his naive master. He felt helpless too, but he couldn't disobey his orders. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we invited ourselves into the home of heroes, UA High School. But please do not fear, we do not come for you youngsters but for another. Well, you see, our goal is to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. We checked the schedule, but since he isn't here, I believe there must have been some kind of mix-up. If you could please inform us of his location, that would be greatly appreciated. Everyone. Ida's pupils contracted in fear. To say such things with such a nonchalant tone. Was this really a villain? No, this felt inhuman. This presence was simply a beast. A monster. Was this what his elder brother faced every day? For a moment, Ida couldn't believe the scene unfolding before him. Much like him, the rest of the class was also frozen in place. They were aware of the darker aspects of humanity, but it had always been from a safe distance, like watching a news report about a crime. Initially, it might evoke fear, but after hearing similar stories repeatedly, one can become numb. A sense of disassociation settles in, leading to the subconscious thought, well, it won't happen to me. Even as they signed their names on the UA application form, their eyes viewed the world through a thick filter. But now, face to face with the cold reality, most of them couldn't help but second-guess their choices. So this is what heroes go through? Do I really want to be a hero? I don't want to die. Kurogyari did not seem to notice how his words affected the students and continued, well, whether All Might is here or not. Quake impact. An earth-shattering shockwave shook the foundation of the podium. Violent winds swept across the scene, even reaching Aizawa at the bottom. Aizawa stumbled slightly, barely keeping his balance. He looked up at where his class was gathered. The ice barrier that had been acted earlier was now reduced to rubble. The purple mist had long since dissipated. And the source of the chaos? The mop of purple hair holding down the metallic form of the warp villain was enough to answer his questions. Aizawa let out a long sigh. He surveyed the broken staircase, the deformed railings, and the uprooted trees nearby. The once beautiful scenery now resembled an apocalyptic scene in the short time he had turned his back. Aizawa's lips twitched. This kid. Can't you be gentler? Shin looked at the glowing red eyes peering down at him, shifting awkwardly in his seat. If I said I didn't mean to punch that hard, would you believe me? He asked. Aizawa remained unmoved. Here's the bill. For every movement you make, a rib shall be broken in return. Shin's warning sent a chill through Kurogyari. Why was this kid so ruthless? Despite his reluctance to take orders from a child, Kurogyari knew he had to comply. The seriousness in Shin's tone left no room for doubt. Shin wasn't joking. If it weren't for the fact that killing a villain was frowned upon in this world, he would have taken Kurogyari out of the equation right then and there. After all, allowing an enemy with such a powerful quirk as space warping to remain was unwise. Without Kurogyari, the villain's battle efficiency would drop significantly. The more Shin thought about it, the more frustrated he became. What a pity! Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Ak! Kurogyari exclaimed. But I didn't move. Shin shrugged. I changed my mind. Kurogyari was left speechless. Were teenagers really this cruel these days? Unfortunately, no matter how miserable Kurogyari looked, Shin remained unfazed. He turned to Bakugo. Help me hold him down. Katsuki huffed. Are you putting me on dog watch duty? Shin didn't want to deal with Bakugo's temper at the moment, so he patiently explained, yes, but it's very necessary. This dog is the most important one. Bakugo thought for a moment. Deal. Kurogyari, being compared to a dog, could only stare in disbelief. With Kurogyari firmly restrained by Bakugo, Shin redirected his attention. Ida, go back to UA and inform the teachers about the situation. Kaminari, keep trying to contact the school with your quirk. Everyone else, prepare to evacuate. 13 watched in amazement as the purple-haired boy effortlessly subdued a villain. Was taking down a villain really this easy now? For a moment, she couldn't help but question everything. She hadn't even had the chance to act. Before she could process the situation, Shin had already taken charge. From the ice barricade to his calm instructions during the crisis, was this really what a first-year student could do? And now, that same teen was moving toward the group of villains. Shin, what do you think you're doing? 13 called out, her voice breaking the tension. Shin hesitated for a moment, and the rest of the class turned their attention to him. The air grew thick with anticipation. Sorry, sensei, he said, and with those few words, Todoroki understood Shin's intentions. He launched an ice attack to try and stop him. 13 quickly directed her quirk toward the ground in front of Shin. Black hole. But Aizawa-sensei can't last much longer. With Falcoler's wind magic concentrated at his feet, Shin took off. Shoto's ice wall fell short. Shin. Shigaraki sneered at the fatigued hero before him. To think he would be a threat. Your quirk is good, but good is all it is. Isn't that right, Eraserhead? Aizawa gritted his teeth, doing his best to conserve energy for the ongoing battle. His eyes scanned the crowd of villains, and frustration bubbled within him. The number of enemies he had taken down seemed insignificant compared to the overall horde. His hands twitched, sore from the prolonged fight. Cat got your tongue, Eraser? Shigaraki taunted, his childish mockery only adding to Aizawa's irritation. Aizawa stared at the man with light blue hair for a moment before shifting his attention to the person beside him. He swiftly wrapped his capture cloth around the neck of an incoming villain, spun him around, and used him as a shield against an incoming attack. Ugh! The villains, seeing two of their allies restrained again, became cautious. That big guy is definitely the main threat here, Aizawa concluded. Oh, you've taken a fancy to my pet? Shigaraki stepped forward, a gleeful smirk on his face. Well, since you're so interested, I'll tell you about it, Eraserhead. This, he gestured to the tall, muscular hybrid beside him, is the bioengineered Nomu. The anti-symbol of peace. Aizawa's attention was caught by the mention of bioengineered. He observed the pet with a critical eye, stopping when he reached its lifeless gaze. Monster. What? You people are truly monsters. For some reason, Shigaraki was more riled up than expected by Aizawa's disgusted look. Who was he to be judged in such a way? He was the one destined to inherit his sensei's legacy. No one was worthy of questioning him, not even his father. Shigaraki locked eyes with Aizawa and uttered two words. Crush him. For the first time since the battle began, the Nomo finally moved. Shin. Midoriya saw the purple-haired boy take off into the distance and prepared to charge up one for all through his legs. Midoriya, stop. Todoroki grabbed his shoulders. Why? I'd rather not carry an extra corpse. Todoroki's words were harsh and direct, causing Midoriya's eyes to widen in shock. How can we leave Shin? Alright then, what can you do if you go? Nothing. Shoto snapped, letting out a shaky breath. The situation was clearly affecting him. He forced himself to calm down. We need to evacuate first. Ida should almost be at UA by now. The faster we leave, the safer Shin and Aizawa-sensei will be once they arrive. Even though Izuku knew Kirishima was right, the thought of leaving Shin to fend for himself felt wrong. Kirishima noticed the internal struggle on Izuku's face and sighed. He walked directly toward the shorter boy, thinking he was about to support him. Let's go, Kirishima. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Kirishima tapped Izuku on the neck, causing him to slump against him. Kirishima calmly lifted Izuku onto his shoulder and turned to the class. Let's get going? Everyone stood in silence, unsure of what to say. Kurogiri watched as their attention shifted away from him, thinking this was his chance to escape. But little did he know, the spiky-haired blonde had been keeping a close watch on him the entire time. With a loud crash, the ground shook. As the smoke cleared, narrowed red pupils glared at Kurogiri. Did you think I would forget about you? Kurogiri, who had been overwhelmed by the students all afternoon, felt a wave of dread wash over him at the thought of facing his colleagues after this. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense and quiet. The sound of breaking concrete echoed ominously. Bakugo's eyes widened at the scene unfolding before him on the ground floor. Sensei! Shigaraki sneered at the hero being toyed with by his Nomo. You can erase quirks. That's impressive, but ultimately meaningless. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless. Aizawa struggled to raise his head to look at Shigaraki, desperately activating his quirk even though he knew it would have little effect. His face was forced back to the ground with a brutal thud. The Nomu grabbed his head, forcing him to look up at Shigaraki, who stared down at him with disdain. If he didn't know better, he wouldn't believe this was Eraserhead. How boring! Shigaraki looked away, seemingly lost in thought. Ambushing UA wasn't as entertaining as he had anticipated. Just as he was about to command the Nomu to finish things, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Spirit of hunting and nobility. I command thee. Envelope yourself all around me and take shelter within me. Transform my body into a great demon. Barbatos. A powerful shockwave rippled through the USJ, causing Shigaraki and his group of villains to stumble, struggling to maintain their footing. The only one standing firm was the Nomu. Before Shigaraki could regain his composure, another shockwave hit, this time aimed directly at his Nomu. Shigaraki watched in horror as his powerful creation was sent flying across the USJ, leaving a massive hole in its wake. All might. He knew the hero could rival his sensei, but he hadn't expected his Nomu to be damaged so severely and so quickly. Shigaraki cautiously eyed the figure crouched beside Eraserhead, extending his fingers, ready to unleash decay upon his target. But as the dust settled, revealing the person before him, his steps faltered. Dark skin, white flowing hair, silver armor, and claws. The figure radiated an otherworldly aura, leaving a palpable confusion in the air. Who are you? In response to Shigaraki's question, Shin raised a single finger, channeled a surge of strength magic, and flicked it forward. Boom. Plop. Splash. Sure enough. Shigaraki, held firmly in place by the Nomu, glanced at the chaos unfolding behind him. Quality is better than quantity. In less than a minute, his legion had found themselves submerged in the water. Some struggled to stay afloat, while others clung to the ship, clearly not knowing how to swim. Help me, boss, one cried out. Ugh, stop pulling me. You think I want to drown with you? Another shouted. The minute I said stop. Shigaraki sighed, suddenly curious about Kurogiri's recruitment process. He looked down at the water, threatening to touch his palms, and breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Meanwhile, Shin paid no attention to the commotion. His gaze was fixed on the man before him, who had been reduced to a state that spoke of violence. His head hung low, and though his expression was hidden, the slight tremble of his clenched fist revealed his turmoil. "Sensei." Shin felt as if all the pretentious acts he had put on earlier were meaningless. He recalled his conversation with Aizawa after their last battle training exercise. "I can't accept it," Shin had said, placing his hero costume on the desk. Now that the training was over, he had ample time to reflect. He looked down at the bodysuit he had been given. It was equipped with the latest GPS locator from I-Island, multiple built-in weapons, nanotech material, and an AI assistant link. It was clear this was far beyond UA's budget for first-year students, who were typically in an observation PRD. Only when the school had enough information and trust in a student would such privileges be granted. Although Shin had made a good impression on the staff, it didn't seem enough to warrant such valuable gear. The only one capable of bestowing it was the man before him. As for why Aizawa had been so generous, Shin was just as puzzled. He hadn't done anything to deserve such favor. Recalling the facade he had maintained in front of his sensei, guilt washed over him. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at the sight of the costume on the desk. He stared at Shin for a long moment before letting out a sigh. "You know you're smart," he said, reaching out for the costume and pushing it back into Shin's arms. "But sometimes you tend to overthink things. I'm your teacher. Is there something wrong with me ensuring your safety? No, but... Or do you think your life is of less value compared to this bodysuit? There's no need for so much mental gymnastics, Shin. Just take it. If you still feel indebted, you can pay me back by not being a problem child in the future." Shin couldn't help but chuckle a bit at that. He still felt uneasy about accepting such an expensive gift, but refusing it now would be rude. With that in mind, he bowed sincerely. "Thank you." A faint smile appeared on Aizawa's face, but it quickly faded as Shin's mind flashed back to the current situation. Using Barbato's strength magic to quicken his pace, Shin appeared on the podium in an instant. "Shin, you dare to run off. Please take care of Sensei." Ignoring 13's protests, Shin gently laid Aizawa down and rushed back into the fray. "May, do you think we should be doing this?" "Hiroki-kun, how long have we been in this field?" 7 years. "Exactly. 7 years of hard work, and what do we have to show for it?" May frowned. "You know the president's illegitimate daughter just came back from abroad, right? Do you really think I have a shot at landing the lead news anchor position after she arrives?" May had graduated from Japan's top university with honors. Lacking connections, she had to prove herself at every turn. Just when she thought she was close to a promotion, the news of the president's daughter's return left her feeling vulnerable. Co-workers who had once supported her now turned away, and those who had remained neutral chose sides none of which were hers. May clenched her fist. "I feel like this is our only shot, Hiroki-kun, so let's go exploit some UA students." Words couldn't express her feelings upon hearing the news. "Lord Electro, help. Villains ambushed us during our rescue exercise at the USJ." A villain infiltration? At UA? Seeing the Class 1A students' posts, May knew her moment had arrived. With fate on her side, there was no need to be polite. "Quick, start the live broadcast and don't forget to apply the beauty filter." Hiroki sighed, filled with complaints but obediently preparing his equipment. Push. With a wave of his hands, an ice barrier was erected at the entrance of the USJ. Taking a moment to breathe, Todoroki looked at his classmates. "Hey, guys, are you sure about this?" Toru asked, her gloves fidgeting nervously as she gestured towards Shin and Bakugo are still inside after all. "I missed you. It's been a while since May-san was on air." "Well, now that you bring it up, it's kinda true." "Wife, are they bullying you at work?" Seeing the barrage of comments, May's hand trembled slightly. She really missed this. Even the slight guilt she felt for reporting on the distress of the UA first years quickly faded away. That's right, she was a news reporter. She was just doing her job. Why should she feel guilty? Even if she hadn't come, word would still get out eventually. Thinking of this, May felt more confident. "Hello everyone, I'm your host Mei Horikami, and today, I bring you breaking news from Japan's #1 hero school, UA. About 20 minutes ago, a student from this year's Class 1A posted a distress message on Quirkgram, stating their class got ambushed by villains. We are now at the scene of the USJ where their class exercise was meant to be held. Mei did not beat around the bush and directly dropped the bomb. The beauty fanatics in the comments immediately froze. They stiffly looked back up at the screen and were met with a shocking scene. Down below was the familiar USJ. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, well, if you selectively ignored the eye-catching holes in the dome building. At first, the viewers were still a bit skeptical. After all, a villain infiltration had never happened at any hero school before. It wasn't until the camera zoomed in on the students near the entrance that they realized this was no joke. In the frame, they saw the Class 1A students with obvious panic-stricken faces. In front of the group was a boy with half red and white hair freezing the entire mountain slope. A red-haired boy was holding down two suspicious-looking men in black. But what made everyone's hearts sink even more was the sight of the unconscious green-haired boy on the ground. By his side, there was a petite brown-haired girl crying over him. Perhaps they aren't students? Don't you see that green-haired boy wearing the UA tracksuit? Regardless of whether they wanted to believe it or not, they had to accept the facts. Call the police quickly. What is UA doing? Don't they know their students are in danger? Why aren't there any heroes on the scene? Where is All Might? With all the concrete evidence, the popularity of the news broadcast soared, directly topping the trending list. News spread like wildfire, and people all over Japan were glued to their screens. In the police station, the hotlines rang continuously. Yes. Thank you for the info. We are aware of the situation. A team has been dispatched and is on their way. Don't worry, ma'am. I assure you that your child will be safe. Thank you for the intel. The police force will not let these villains go unpunished. Police departments all over Mizudafu were currently facing similar situations. Naomasa was especially stressed by the incident. Without any delays, he hopped into the van. There was only one destination in mind. UA High. A press mob yesterday and today, an all-out invasion. All Might sure does bring in the drama, a colleague muttered under his breath. From the tone of his voice, it was obvious this pal of his wasn't too fond of All Might's new teacher status. And honestly, Naomasa couldn't blame him. Regardless of whether Toshinori was his best friend or not, if he didn't know the true reason behind his new job, he himself might not be so calm about it either. Let's just hope the students can hold on until we get there. He stopped conversing and focused his attention back on the car monitor. Toru looked at the various ice sculptures in the distance and was speechless for a while. She then turned to look at the huge ice glacier a few inches away from her and cautiously stepped back. In the corner of her eye, she snuck a glance at Shoto. I'm sure of it. This guy obviously wants to finish me off. First, he almost took me out during our battle training exercise. Now, under the disguise of suppressing villains, he's back to finish the job. Smart Todoroki. Very smart. Shoto at this time took notice of her movements. Hagakure, are you okay? Toru's lips twitched. Wait, I'm good. What are you pretending for? Sure enough, any friend of that Shin guy is trouble. Shoto, on the side, did not know of the mental scar he had given Toru and sighed in relief. I'll have to be more careful next time. Yaoyorozu-san, could you make HNDCFFS? Momo nodded, on it. Kaminari stared at the frozen villains with some lingering fear. Why are there villains here anyway? Weren't they just at the USJ ground floor? Shoto shook his head. Those bunch could only be regarded as appetizers at most. The real danger are the villains hiding in the various rescue zones. Luckily for us, these villains outside the USJ should just be last-minute additions to make up the numbers. Hearing the news, Momo stilled for a moment. Wait, you mean there are villains in there too? Yes. Kirishima landed a punch on Todoroki's left cheek. Kirishima! Todoroki, you're really sick, Kirishima spat. If he knew, how could he leave Shin and Bakugo in such a situation? Shoto saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. This was the reason he didn't inform him. Kirishima is too soft. Reporter May took notice of the concerns in the comments and quickly announced, "Don't worry everyone. We just got word that the police have been alerted and are on their way. And from the looks of it, I believe the students already have the situation under control." The camera zoomed in on Todoroki and Kirishima, then to the captured villains being subdued by Momo and the others. For now, let's have faith in the teachers on site to deal with the villains inside. Hearing May's commentary, the audience instantly felt relieved. Well, thank God. I was worried for a second. Yeah, tell me about it. Honestly, I'm shocked. Were villains always this bold? Humph, just wait for the UA teachers to clean them up. Seeing the comments calming down, May tugged her lips. Yes, there's nothing to worry. Her words were abruptly cut off by an earth-shattering noise. There was a sudden air current so mighty that the helicopter was swung to the side. Hang on. The pilot summoned all 30 years of flight experience on the spot, tugged on the wheel, and barely managed to stabilize the helicopter. May panted heavily. Is everyone all right? Yeah. We'll manage. She sighed in relief. Don't worry, viewers. We seem to have been too close to the battle just now and... The cameraman was at a loss for words upon seeing the scene below. If before, the USJ had a few noticeable holes in the glass exterior, the current state was far more alarming. There was now a massive gaping hole at the center of the USJ, allowing for a clearer view of the ongoing battle. The cameraman zoomed in. At the center of the destruction stood an unfamiliar figure. He had beast-like traits, including claws and hooves. His long white hair contrasted sharply with his dark, toned skin, and majestic silver armor adorned his frame. A hero? He asked. That I've never seen him before, May replied. On the opposite side stood something grotesque. It had a pelican-like head with its brain exposed, a fierce physique reminiscent of All Might, and dull, emotionless eyes. Those eyes suddenly turned in their direction, causing their hearts to sink. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Aside from a few trolls spamming RIP comments, the broadcast room was relatively quiet. Just when everyone thought this was it, a deep voice resounded. Rupture! A powerful shockwave was released, sending all the surrounding villains flying. The only one that remained in place was the Nomu. 13 felt a wave of unease wash over her. Even Shin can't take down this beast, she thought, raising her arm, ready to launch a black hole at the Nomu. But before she could act, she was perplexed by Shin's actions. He had turned around and was walking away? He actually showed his back to the villain. 13 sprinted toward the Nomu, her heart racing as she imagined the worst. 10 feet. 5 feet. The Nomu swayed slightly, tightening 13's chest with anxiety. Black thing. The Nomu landed face-first on the concrete, leaving 13 confused. It wasn't until the dust settled and she saw the gaping hole through the Nomu's chest that she understood the situation. She turned back, her gaze focusing on the white-haired boy holding Aizawa in the distance. For a moment, her eyes were filled with complex emotions, the strongest being guilt. She looked at the line of teachers that had just arrived and averted her gaze. Her original intention had been to hold a rescue class, but she ended up being saved by her own student. How ironic. Meanwhile, Shin was too focused to care about 13's feelings. He walked up the platform and was met with the sight of a long line of pro-heroes. All Might rushed. Young Shin, are you all right? Bakugo said you told him to hold down the villain. Good job. Toshinori's words trailed off as he noticed Shin walking right past him. Shin ignored the various eyes on him and walked straight ahead, not stopping until he stood in front of Recovery Girl. Please save him. In all her years of practice, Recovery Girl had encountered many clients. Some cried and begged for her help, while others offered lavish rewards. Only twice had she felt at risk of losing a limb if she failed to comply. The first was Endeavor, and now the second was Shin. Recovery Girl sighed. Nizu, I want to retire. These kids are too much. Nizu took a sip of his tea. Just bear with it for a little longer, Recovery Girl interrupted. No, I have put up with this for too long. Nizu pushed a check toward her. Seeing the long string of zeros, her eyes brightened. She quickly snatched the piece of paper. Humph, what do you take me for? My duty to heal the younger generation is not something money can taint. Nizu's lips twitched. That's not what you said a few seconds ago, Recovery Girl replied. Huh? What did I say earlier? I have dementia. Nizu sighed. Drip. Drip. If there was one thing Shin and the original owner had in common, it was their strong dislike for hospitals. Drip. Shin looked away from the 4 drip and focused on the injured Aizawa, bandages covering his face and body. For a moment, Shin didn't know what to say. Aizawa will be all right, kiddo. The comforting pat on his back didn't ease Shin's heart. He continued to stare at his mummified sensei on the hospital bed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3. How long are you going to stare at me like that? Until you stop pretending. Aizawa cursed the brat in his heart. He turned his head in Shin's direction. Although his world was pitch black right now, he knew the brat must look very worried. TSK, kids are annoying. Shin saw the approaching hand and watched it come closer with wary eyes. It wasn't until he felt the gentle touch on his head that he blinked. There. Shin coughed awkwardly. Sensei, what are you doing? Reassuring you. No, this only makes me worry more. Shin turned to Recovery Girl. Brain damage. Get out. Shin quickly dodged Aizawa's playful swat and ran for the door. Get well soon, Sensei. The hospital ward quickly fell silent. A somber air emerged, replacing the previous sunny atmosphere. So what's the real result? Granny Chio looked at the lonely figure on the bed, and the floodgates couldn't be kept shut any longer. This was the boy she watched grow into the man he is today. The toughest part of this job wasn't the long hours of surgery. Rather, it was the feeling of helplessness that came with every failed procedure. I'm sorry. Shin walked down the hospital corridors at a leisurely pace. Mom, I didn't cry. Can I have a treat now? Little Era is so brave, the mom cooed. Shin watched the touching scene with a smile. Kids are so cute. How can Aizawa hate them? Kirishima, we're at the hospital. Let's just stop for now. How can you say that? Are you siding with this guy? The tranquility was broken, leaving Shin confused by the sight before him. Kirishima was being held back by Shogi and the others. His face was as red as his hair, and he looked ready to throw hands the minute someone triggered him. To say Shin was shocked by this scene would be an understatement. Who could anger Kirishima to this extent? In the original plot, even Bakugo failed to accomplish such a feat, and that's saying a lot. You knew villains were in the USJ but still left Shin and Bakugo there? At this time, all Kirishima saw was red. Back when they were escaping the dome building, he was still in the dark about the whole matter. But after the revelation came out, it completely changed everything. Yes, I knew. And to admit it with such a straight face. Without delay, Kirishima lunged at Todoroki once more. His fist hardened on command and was just inches away from adding some color to Todoroki's left cheek. All right, let's calm down. Both boys were confused by the sudden intervention. They looked at the purple-haired figure in between them, their eyes widening. Shin. Shoto's cold face actually showed a hint of embarrassment. He stood there awkwardly shuffling his feet, leaving Shin amused at the sight. He heard enough to get the gist of things, and to be honest, Shin wasn't upset. If anything, he actually sided more with Todoroki on this matter. The root cause of the issue was that Todoroki and Kirishima were two very different people. Todoroki was the type to put the mission above all else. He might seem cold, but once you really think about it, he's very logical. After all, why risk the safety of a whole class for one person? If it were just him alone, then he could afford to dive in to help. But once others were added to the equation, overall duty topped personal feelings. To have such a mature mindset at the prime age of 15, Shin could only silently praise endeavor. If nothing else, he was a good teacher. In comparison, Kirishima was more reckless. This guy really thought of himself as a human tank, always ready to use himself as a shield and march into battle. To this, Shin was very tempted to ask why the redhead was so eager to meet his maker. Actually, Kirishima, you can't blame Todoroki for this. But he left you behind. I made that choice first, though, And it's not like I wasn't aware of the surrounding villains. If anything, Todoroki deserves credit for keeping the class safe. Still. Kirishima knew this, but still. Tsuke, why was this frosty attitude so annoying to look at all of a sudden? Kirishima literally wore his heart on his sleeve. If Todoroki was an efficient leader, Kirishima was someone who prioritized his friends above all else. While this had major cons, Shin would be lying if he said he wasn't touched. Just as he was about to say something, the drowsy voice of a certain Greenette spoke first. I want more Katsudon. It wasn't clear who started it, but soon the whole class erupted with laughter. Midoriya is still out of it? Don't tell me this guy really went through the whole villain ambush asleep. Sure enough, Midoriya is better than me. Such a high-end villain diversion tactic, I really can't think of this. Ida, I don't think that's what he had in mind. The class collectively made their way toward the exit. Just as Shin was about to walk out, he caught sight of the lonely figure standing in place. Todoroki. Although he felt he made the right decision at the time, it didn't stop him from feeling guilty. Shin just smiled and dragged him close. Up for some soba? Shoto's lips quivered. Shin was always like this. Yeah. UA conference room. The police have investigated the group calling themselves the League of Villains. There does not appear to be anyone registered with the name Shigaraki in his 20s or 30s that has a quirk of a decay nature. It's the same with the villain called Kurogiri with the Warp Gate quirk. They are probably not citizens and are using false names. In other words, they're people with unregistered quirks. Vlad's furrowed brows only got tenser. So you mean we don't know anything? Neo Mesa nodded. For now at least, he placed the files back in the folder. And thanks to the students, Shin and Bakugo Katsuki, we now have all the villains in custody. Midnight sighed in relief. Well, at least one good thing came out of this. Nizu relaxed a bit. Indeed, just as he was about to pour himself a cup, the conference doors swung open. Sir, it's bad. Looking at the state of his colleague, Neo Mesa had a sense of foreboding. What's going on? The villain. Detective, the decay villain escaped. The hero's heart sank. All Might had the quickest response. He charged up one for all and rushed out of the boardroom without looking back. Ugh, it's so uncomfortable. You guys are inhumane. Villains are human too, you know? How can you treat me like this? The driver's lips twitched at the audacity. Even someone like him, who targeted kids, could be considered human? The world had really turned upside down. He raised his hand to turn up the volume, but all he grasped was air. After multiple attempts, he noticed his vision blurring. But by then it was too late. He collapsed against the steering wheel, and the van went out of control, his foot pressing harder on the gas pedal. Suddenly, the prisoner van surged forward like a rocket, rushing ahead without any signs of stopping. A devastating collision occurred in the middle of the highway. The state of the driver was unknown. Shigaraki in the back seat cursed at the heavens. Ding, where is Kurogiri when you need him? Looks like things didn't go as planned. A sudden deep voice made Shigaraki freeze. He turned to look behind him and was met with the sight he never thought he would see again. Sensei. Shigaraki instantly voiced his grievances. Sensei, they handcuffed me and took Kurogiri. He recalled the utter failure of the infiltration and couldn't help but bow his head. I failed. I failed you. Shigaraki expected some kind of rebuttal. After all, an ambush of this scale wasn't cheap, and most of them had been arrested in vain. He didn't even catch a glimpse of All Might throughout the whole ordeal. But unexpectedly, All For One didn't take this to heart. He already knew his disciple would fail. This ambush was more of a test run than anything else. However, for the sake of maintaining prestige, AFO didn't act indifferent. A kind smile graced his lips. It doesn't matter. Huh. I created this empire just for you. It doesn't matter how many times you fail because I'll always be there to pick you up when you fall, Shigaraki. So stop worrying about these little things, okay? He extended his hand to him. Sensei is here. Shigaraki wasn't sure if it was a coincidence or not, but the clouds seemed to part, allowing the sun's rays to illuminate the earth. All For One's back appeared to be the only shield protecting him from the harsh light. Under the backdrop of the sun, the big villain's figure resembled that of an angel, leaving Shigaraki momentarily speechless. "Sensei." In a daze, he reached out for the outstretched palm. In that moment, he vaguely recalled the scene of his childhood self being pulled out of a dark place. Back then, this big palm had also reached out to him like this. Some things really never change, huh? Thank you. Sensei, you're still the same. The tides were ever-changing, but time remained unmoved. Before long, a new day had begun. "Hey, did you watch the news last night?" Toru excitedly wiggled in her seat. "Did you see how everyone in class was on screen for a second? I didn't stand out at all." Shogi nodded. "That's true." Pfft. "Shin, how dare you laugh? Why are you attacking me?" Shogi was the one that spoke. Toru paused for a moment, seemingly thinking it through. After a while, she shrugged. "It's not my fault. Your face is too punchable." Shin. How she could confidently utter such shameless remarks, Shin would never know. "So, who's going to teach homeroom today?" Mina rocked her chair. Azui stroked her chin. "Well, Mr. Aizawa should still be in the hospital recovering from his injuries." Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a bandaged Aizawa in its wake. "Morning." The class gasped. "Sensei, you're back too soon." "So you're all right now, Mr. Aizawa?" Ida asked. "Can you really call that all right?" Aizawa continued to limp toward the podium. "My well-being doesn't matter." He scanned the class through his bandages. "More importantly, the fight isn't over yet." Hearing this, the class collectively tensed. Toru's smile stiffened. "What do you mean?" Fight." Kaminari's forehead dampened. "The villains again?" Mineta panicked, immediately starting to pack his bag. Aizawa's brows twitched. He let out a fatigued sigh and dropped the bomb. "The UA Sports Festival is drawing near." The air went silent. Obviously, they were expecting something far worse. That's a super normal school event. Mineta directly knelt down. "Kami-sama hasn't forgotten me." Tears of joy streamed down his face, leaving Jiro shocked by the sight. "TSK, your dignity might as well be non-existent at this point." Momo said in a breath. "Oh my, how inappropriate. I wasn't blessed to have a quirk like Momo's." Izuku's character development has finally begun. I figured it was the right time to start it. I didn't want to drag out their conflict too much. Anyways, action scenes are coming soon. I can't wait to write them for you all. Well, until next time.